nice of your Uncle Norman to let us come out to rural Suggestionville for the weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird, like, how long have we been doing this? I don't think you've ever mentioned this guy before, let alone the fact that he lives, like, not even that far from SBU's campus.
It's just like a family drama thing. We've been on the outs for like 5-ish years, ever since, the incident. I mean, I was surprised as you guys were. I get this letter in my dorm mailbox just inviting me over for the first time in 5 years. So, whatever. We'll make a weekend out of it. He doesn't mind having visitors. We can just sit around and get our thoughts together about this stupid Rich Shapero book that we have to do for our next episode.
I genuinely don't even know what we're going to say. I feel like it's going to be more of the same. Rich has a great vocabulary, knows how to put a sentence together.
Has weird gender politics,
Exactly.
Is really gross, did LSD one time. Like, we've heard this a million times, we've said this a million times. Like, it's just, I don't know what we're going to be able to add to this discussion. And to be honest, I, to no small part, blame you, Red, for spreading the word of animus or whatever.
Well, yeah, Shapero's kind of been a specter in my life ever since at Willow College. All his cronies sort of flooded our campus and left all of these copies of Rintung and Dorner, and ever since then, he's just been hounding us, wanting more good faith critique and feedback for his next project.
I know, but you didn't have to tell him where the club meeting room was. Like, that
Sorry.
you didn't have to do that.
Slipped out.
We used to get one of his novels sent to us incidentally, but now every time he puts out a Balcony of Fog or a Dreams of Xanthamine or whatever the hell it's called, we get like 60 of them just assuming that we're going to talk about it. And I feel like this one, I don't know.
Because, like,
Eventually you have to give in or it starts to feel mean.
Right, like, I feel like I only skimmed this book. I cannot keep the fruit women apart. I really don't have a good summary in mind. So, whatever, we'll just take a weekend, get our thoughts together, enjoy the great outdoors. We can finally get away from all the bullshit on SBU campus and just critique books like we were supposed to be doing, but now we have all of these demands and we have all of these requirements that we have to meet to have the definitive take on yet another stupid Rich Shapero book.
Yeah. God, it is tiring sometimes to have all these like secondary video essay projects, talk about drama on Book Talk. At the very least, Rich doesn't bring that into the club room.
Yeah.
He just brings every other bad
thing. This is your Uncle Norman's place.
Yes.
I think you mentioned that some of the rest of your family lives around here as well. So you must have spent some time out here in your childhood.
Oh, yeah. Every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, every family reunion, you name it, I was out here in rural Suggestionville. Like, it goes really, really deep. So you see, this neighborhood actually used to be a baseball field. Me and my friend Tommy, we would play baseball out here together, and I was so fucking good at baseball. I'm not kidding, because like I have this reticule in the center of my vision that tells me exactly where I need to throw the ball. It's like a superpower or something.
Is it something you need to see a doctor about?
No. It's like, it's a normal thing, but it just happens to certain people. It's like eye floaters, but like better.
Okay. Is it like something that all the locals have?
No. This is specific to me.
Okay.
Like, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who's ever had this.
Okay.
Whoa, it looks like someone's getting pulled over up there.
Oh, God. Okay, wait, how fast am I going? That is Sheriff Stallion. No relation. He was this, like, vigilante. He was just some guy with a gun, and he would go around, like, trying to solve mysteries like he's Scooby-Doo or something.
Oh,
But, like, he was a total lunatic. But then one day, broken clocks, I guess, he figures out that this college, Kelton College nearby, is under siege. So now he's like this town hero, and he's just washed up at this point. He hands out speeding tickets, and he's such an asshole about it too. He got me for going like 5 over, and I'm like, just because you saved a college from terrorists does not make you able to give anyone a speeding ticket for no reason.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
So the great thing about Uncle Norman's house is it is in the middle of the woods. Like, it is just pre-lapsarian. There's all these like streams and little, I don't know, geological formations, I guess you would say in poetry.
Well, no. But carry on.
Well, the point of this is there's a lot of wildlife too. So I was out by this stream. I had this rake for some reason. I think I was just like playing with leaves and sticks and bugs. And I see this fox. And this fox, I was like thinking it might be rabbit at first because it's just sitting there watching me. All right, guys, here we are, Casa del Norman. Look at this, isn't it great? It's a farmhouse.
Hey, what's up?
Hey Drake, it's Red. Remember how I told you that I might be going out of town this weekend?
Yeah, with the podcast people?
Yeah. Well, you know, I definitely trust Jay after all of our years at SBU English Graduate Club together, but I haven't met Andrew that many times, and I'm like kind of getting this weird vibe. He was like telling these stories about growing up as a kid in the car on the way over, but there was just something off about it.
I mean, I don't know. Like, how bad can it really be? It's just podcast people. Look, if you're worried, we can do, like, first date rules.
Okay.
Like, I'll track your location. If you don't respond when I text you or whatever, I'll just come check it out.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Drake.
Yeah, absolutely, Red. No worries. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye!
Hey, Uncle Norm! Are you here?
Uncle Norman?
Norman! Is this one of your hilarious bits right now? Mr. SBU! Norman! Norm? Where is he?
It's not that big. He's got to be around here someplace.
Norm!
Maybe he went out?
He might have. There's that gas station he likes to hang out in. He talks to the cashiers or something. I don't even know. He may not be here.
So, are these like Uncle Norman's books?
He would read me these books as a child. Like, this one bookshelf contains the entire canon of English literature. He taught me everything about my love for books. Like, every book that I love is here. I really owe everything in SBU to Uncle Norman, to be honest with you.
I mean, some of these are kind of obscure though, like Crown of Starlight.
He always does this. Like, even when I was a kid, he would just have, like, these random shit that he liked to do. He'd just go off and not tell anyone.
Would he be mad if we, like, settled in?
No, of course not. By the way, like, you guys can choose whatever bedrooms you want. I don't really care. It's gonna be fine. But, like, I'm just so mad about this. Here, just give me a second.
Okay, well, I guess should we pick our bedrooms?
I guess so. Do you have a preference?
No, I guess not.
Well, why don't you take the one in the front of the house and I'll take the one in the back.
Okay, cozy. Do you think that any of the stuff that Andrew was saying in the car was a little weird?
Well, he says a lot of weird stuff. Could you be a little more specific?
I guess you're right. I think I'm just like stressed or something.
Here?
You know, I haven't been on the SBU podcast that often, so I guess I'm a little nervous.
Well, guys, I didn't find Uncle Norman, but I did find his toys.
All right.
So I'm sure you won't mind if we just explore the woods a little bit. I got like a 32 pack of Miller Lights. We can see what your new gun can do with that. Maybe?
Maybe.
Sounds fun to me.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys sure you guys don't want to talk about Rich Shapero right now?
No.
I don't know if I'm there yet mentally, spiritually,
Okay.
psychosexually.
3, 2, 1, pull! That's great! It's good training if you're loading your gun beside me.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, this takes me right back to my childhood. Like, I would go out here with all of my friends every single day. We would play like all the classic games. We would play like, what was it called? Capture the Flag, 7 Metaphorical Wolves. That was my favorite. Have you ever played?
Capture the Flag, yeah, but what's that other thing you said?
7 Metaphorical Wolves. No?
No.
It's like tag, only 7 people are it and 1 person is not it. You know? So like, it's like everyone hunts this one person. That's the ram.
But the wolves are metaphorical?
The wolves are metaphorical. It's like, I don't know, there's some like game. I'm sure it comes from the Victorian era or whatever, like all like the nursery rhymes.
Wait, so you play by yourself and the wolves are just like your imaginary friends?
No, they're other people. They're other people.
Okay.
So
people that you invited or
yeah,
people just appear?
My friends Avril, Tommy, people like that.
Okay.
So yeah, you didn't have to have 7 wolves, but the point was that there was only 1 person being chased.
Okay.
But like, I was always the wolf, which you think would be like fun. After a while though, it gets pretty boring and you kind of wonder what it would be like just to be the ram for once.
I'll take your word for it.
One thing I don't like about this deck is that you can tell when the cards are reversed, which I find like sort of, it does strike fear into my heart, which is appropriate, but I don't like knowing the mystery.
It seems like that's almost an oversight or something.
I had that thought as well, but so much about this deck is so intentional that I think that they want you to know, because I think they want you to be like, it's upside down.
Can we talk about Rich Shapero now?
Okay. Why don't you have a seat?
Okay.
I have been trying to map out the tarot reading that Wood gets from Nan. And it doesn't make a lot of like spatial sense, so I had to draw it out for myself. Yeah, I know something in a Rich Shapero novel doesn't make spatial sense. Who'da thunk? So I just mapped it out, and this is like the best facsimile that I could put together.
Do you think you should like hone your psychic powers and like do a reading?
I mean, we don't really have to do that.
I think we should.
I mean, we have a lot of prep to do.
Do you want to get your fortune told?
I don't know. I mean, we don't like have
No. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Jay's really good at this.
It's already kind of getting late.
You've done it for like Noah for some reason.
Yeah, well, that was just to, I don't know, piss off K. Marie.
No. Red. This is gonna be really fun. It's
really?
like, yeah, it's like you're an undergrad at a party. You know, like people who always kill the vibe.
That's a great feeling to emulate.
I guess I'd like to know what's my future as a critique partner.
Ooh.
Okay, we can work with that. So, the weird thing about this reading was Nan fanned out the cards. I don't know if she did all of them, but we can try that. You don't actually touch any of the cards until the last one. So I'm drawing for you, which to me feels sacrilegious a little bit.
Yeah, well, why spread them and then have...
I know, it's like, here you go, psych.
This is what you could have gotten.
If you got to pick, but you didn't. You don't have free will. John Calvin took it away from you. Pour one out for John. So the first card is called the Signifier. This is one of the ones that they actually do tell you in the book what it means in the context of this spread. It sets the direction of the reading. So whatever we read is going to set the tone for the answer of the question, what is my future as a critique partner?
Okay.
I'm just going to take this card because it's kind of looking at me funny. Uh-oh. So we have the 8 of Pentacles reversed.
Oh, boo.
Because the 8 of Pentacles typically signifies mastery, steadily honed over many years of repetition.
I see.
And so the fact that it's reversed could indicate that you might be on kind of a hard road as far as this critique partner thing goes. You got a lot to learn.
We got to turn it around.
We got to turn it around. So in order to turn it around, we'll draw our second card, which the book defines as the capital M, capital I, most influence. This is a critical factor on, in this case, this path towards becoming a better critique partner. The 8 of Swords, upright. What we have is a figure who's been pierced in the head by 8 swords, indicating that their own great intellect is being turned upon them in some capacity.
Ooh.
Their strength is actually a weakness, probably because it's depriving them in some other capacity. That's unfortunate. You hate to see that, because not only is your strength a weakness, but of course the implication is that your weaknesses are also weaknesses, so a lot's going wrong. What are you thinking so far?
Well, not feeling great. I would love for my strengths to be strengths,
Uh-huh.
and for my weaknesses to somehow also be strengths.
So
So,
the exact opposite.
if with the third card we could get there,
Yeah.
that would be
Well,
ideal.
maybe you could tell me what strengths, what aspect of your intellect you think might be referred to by this card.
I know exactly what this is. Ever since Rich Shapero, like his little minions, invaded my undergraduate campus, I've been tortured by this thought that he just needs the effort on our part, and I feel like I am drowning in it. I mean, I feel like I've sort of been like losing sleep over this, you know? I mean, I feel like he wants our critique and he wants our help so badly.
He definitely needs help from someone.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how to ask, so he just gives these books away.
To
By
us.
proxy, through armies.
Wow, this is just... It's all so clear now. I mean, I feel like I am drowning in it.
Okay.
I am. I feel overwhelmed by the need that he has for our opinions, and I've marked this book up, and I'm
Right.
like trying to bring my best self into our workshop and stuff, but like, I don't know. I feel like maybe it's too much. I don't know. There's this like oppressive feeling.
And you'll never be able to turn this Eight of Pentacles upright until you figure out exactly how to handle Rich's work. The work that brought you to the English club to begin with.
Man, no way out but in, huh?
As they say.
Famous quote.
So let's see what the two possible outcomes were.
Ooh.
That's what they did in the book.
Whoa! Hi, Drake.
Right,
Oh.
you were supposed to text me. Sorry. Oh,
I'm so glad to see you.
Who-
Sorry, we were shooting and...
Who is this?
This is my friend. She has family in Suggestionville, so it's nice of you to come check in on them.
Yes. Yeah. No. Are you good? Since I was in the area, I kind of figured.
Yeah, we're having a blast.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
this-
kind of doing something
This'll
right
be
now.
good, right?
Yeah?
Like, we have to prep for the podcast. We can explain the novel to Drake, kind of like a practice run of the summary.
Do you know anything about Rich Shapero?
No.
So Drake, since you asked, Island Fruit Remedy by Rich Shapero is the most recent submission to the SBU English Club. Rich is a now 3-time visitor to the club, to everyone's chagrin. He is known for summoning armies to descend upon college campuses, raves, I think.
And various abandoned shopping malls.
Various abandoned shopping malls distributing both the copies of these books, his various EPs. So he just creates this entire brand around himself. He was like a venture capitalist, and he just really likes writing books. He's quite prolific. In reading this book, I think we let like 2 others go by.
Yeah.
And isn't it true, Andrew, that Rich won the 2026 Pulitzer Prize for fiction?
Well,
Well, he will after we make sure this book is known to the broader world.
he got reviewed on Kirkus, allegedly.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I was
which is
thinking of.
which is a
Sort of
publication. Okay, so to start us out, Drake, Island Fruit Remedy is the story of Wood.
Wood.
Do we get a surname?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't think we got Dorner's surname either.
I don't think so.
Okay. So Wood lives in contemporary California. He is a writer. Remember that. I don't know what else to say about that. He's a romance writer, but what's interesting, and maybe this is just like what I understand of the romance genre versus like what the romance genre is when Rich was coming into his own as a writer. His prose with these books that he writes, his most recent book was Unborn Twins, which describes... Tell me if you think this is sexy, which describes these 2 lovers as intertwined fetuses in the womb.
Yeah, but they're also simultaneously like on a celestial plane.
Right, but there's like a viscous substance in space, kind of like what they used to think space was.
Yeah, the ether.
Yeah, the ether. Yeah, exactly.
And they're also like literally having sex.
Yes,
So not
all of
to
this is happening
overlook that.
simultaneously.
Yeah.
And he's just reading this excerpt from his most recent novel on stage in front of like a frothing audience of almost entirely female fans.
Yes, and there was something in the prose there that really jumped out to me. There's this line that's like, Wood could feel their desire, and the parenthetical implicit for him there is just so large in my brain. Maybe that's uncharitable of me, but
No, because he makes a big deal out of how, like, there's so many eager women, but he's faithful to his wife, Vedette, despite him being very desirable to all these women. Not just because he's such a good writer, but because he has this martini glass shape, which is a metaphor he constantly uses to describe himself. Because he has broad shoulders, you see, and he's snatched.
No waist at all.
He's
guess
like Mr.
not.
Incredible.
Yeah, he's like a Dorito.
Well, what can we say about Vedette? I feel like Vedette needs a lot of attention in this critique session.
Vedette deserves a lot more attention in this fucking novel.
She's a woman.
Right.
She
And
has
she's
red
evil.
hair. She is evil. She is evil, but like I got to get this out of the way. I got to do the prose, and especially the dialogue feels very wooden when they talk to each other. I have to say it, so we just tear the Band-Aid off. I'm sorry. I know that was stupid.
You should try branching out. That'll make sense later.
Maybe you should just leave.
That's good. See, you want to join SBU English Club?
I don't want to be here.
Well, anyway, Vedette is like kind of a movie star in Wood's mind. Like, he even compares her to, like, I think he uses the phrase like an MGM starlet or something like that. That's in a minute when she comes back from the airport, because when he gets home from the reading that he's giving, she's not there. And she's left for Mexico, allegedly on a trip with some friend or another. But Wood is immediately suspicious.
Right. And maybe I'll walk back the wooden dialogue a little bit, because you do pick up on this tension between Wood and Vedette. They're like, how was your day? I made you some coffee. You know, very like very rote and normal interactions, and you can tell that this is a couple just clearly going through the motions.
Exactly.
But the state that, or the way that the relationship got into this state, is not yet known. Or ever,
and will never be.
Right. So they're on the outs. This is the classic, like, quiet story of two people going through a divorce, like we always hear as like the classic lit fic short story prose.
It does kind of start like that, at least structurally. Like, you could describe those two things in the same way.
Right. And it stays exactly like that, because as we've been talking about, there's some tension, you know, we're picking up on maybe some like extra textual, like maybe there's some stuff going on behind the scenes, there's some tension developing between these characters, and then the woman character literally physically transforms into an evil monster. A scorpion monster, and violently stabs him in the chest with her large scorpion.
We have to explain how we get there.
I was gonna say, I'm so confused. Apropos of nothing, like, out of nowhere.
Okay, so he bums around the house for like a week, because he's like, she's sending me these really cold text messages. I can't get her on the phone. I don't think she's really with this girlfriend that she says she's with. So she gets home. He picks her up at the airport, and she continues to be weird on the ride home. And then when they get home, we suddenly break from Wood's perspective, and we get this like extended like tracking shot on a scorpion that she brought home in her luggage from Mexico, which is so funny because it feels like the novel is suddenly trying to describe literally a movie. Like, we follow the scorpion as it improbably like leaves her luggage and then like crawls up Wood's pant leg and then follows them into bed that night, and then the next morning it ends up in her coffee, which she drinks. And apparently she drinks the scorpion because it disappears.
Right.
And
I refuse to believe that would be easily done.
Right. And this is one of those classic Rich Shapero moments where it's like, what is actually literally happening? Where is the boundary between metaphor and reality? And the novel doesn't want us to know that. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. I think this is one moment where it's questionable. So she drinks the scorpion, and basically, apropos of nothing, she's like, I'm leaving you. At which point, he perceives her transforming into a scorpion and stinging him with her giant tail in the heart. Which is very subtle.
Which is maybe also literally happening.
Right.
Because
Right.
he, like, I mean, it's probably not worth revisiting as we continue the summary, like, every time that it actually comes up in the text, but, like, it is periodically mentioned for the rest of the novel
Yes.
that he literally has a physical wound that other characters can see on his chest from the stab wound.
Right. Her scorpion form is referred to multiple times, like, elsewhere. So, at least to Wood, this literally did happen as it was.
And this might just be to some degree a thing that's known to happen in this world, because there's at least one other character who mentions having previously had a similar wound from his partner leaving him, except in that case it was a snake.
So this is a world of, like, divorce triggered transformations.
I guess so.
Kind of like there could be a lycanthropy story in here somewhere, but like the
Hey.
divorce version. I'm gonna really
The
have
divorce proceedings between.
I'm really gonna have to bite my tongue when we talk to Rich about this, because like I'm so mad about the scorpion, the little scorpion, the animal scorpion, because I was really into it. Like, it's very improbable. It feels like a movie. Yes, there's some problems that can be buffed out with some line edits, but the tension that this creates, where you're like, what is this scorpion? What is it going to do?
Right.
Is it a
Who
real
is it going to
scorpion?
kill? Which one of them?
Who is it going to kill? And then, no, Vedette just becomes a giant anthropomorphic scorpion. And, like, it just throws this tension out the window, which was probably, like, the most invested, unironically, that I've been in a Rich Shapero segment. So
I also think it muddies the metaphorical landscape of the novel, because there's going to be a lot of consuming of other images in this
Yes.
book. And usually when a character consumes something in a metaphorical sense, they don't become that thing. But then she does. So what that means is that consuming as a metaphor gets used variably, which it makes it harder to track, and not in a way that I think is necessarily ultimately very productive.
No. So the scorpion attack.
Yes.
He's just reeling. I guess he just gets away from the scorpion. Like, I think
She drives away.
She drives away. He escapes somehow. I think he also drives away elsewhere because she's staying with like a friend. It's the geography's a little bit weird. He ends up back at his house and he calls his friend Herb, who is a doctor.
Right.
And who would like the honor of saying what the doctor recommends?
I know you want to say it. Just say it.
Okay, so Drake, yeah, read this.
You want me to
Drake,
read this?
I think
Yeah,
that
Drake,
you
you
should
just
do
read
the
this.
honors.
Starting here. So he's going on the phone with the doctor. They check other things. How's your stomach? I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Having trouble breathing. You sound like you're having trouble breathing. He goes, I am. The doctor goes, unzip your pants and take a look at your dick. Wood did as he said. My God, he gasped. It's huge.
Huge! Oh no! No scorpion lady.
Oh my God, divorcing my wife made my dick huge.
Divorcing my wife gave me abs.
Doctors don't want you to know this one simple secret.
Becomes Scorpion Man.
So Wood is just bereft without his wife.
I also,
Oh.
I think it's important to note that this is a doctor who specifically has a pipe and knit cardigan, so you know he's qualified.
Right. That's
God,
what they
talk
give
about
you.
thinking this is a movie that he's describing. Come on. So Wood like harasses Vedette over the phone for many days, and she eventually agrees to actually talk with him. There's like this whole interstitial period where the friend that Vedette is staying with will be the communication between them, but she won't let them actually see each other because, quote, Wood took everything from Vedette, according to this friend. We don't know what that actually means, but eventually they do talk, and ultimately they just cement that they're never going to get back together. That indeed Vedette went to Mexico with this man who she is now going to marry or whatever, leave the narrative with, basically.
Right. And this is especially devastating for Wood because there is a religiosity
Yes.
to their marriage, and it gets explored in the text, and I think we could bring it out a little bit more when we talk to Rich, but it is the unborn twins thing, like this weird mindscape that he inhabits is specifically entered through union with her. He's lost his connection to his love and also this like imaginary world of his.
So what does a man with sensually broad shoulders, a inflated dick,
And sensually skinny legs.
skinny legs, and a desire to rebuild both his romantic and spiritual lives due. He decides that he is going to burn down his current life and run away to a new place.
Let's go to Florida, man. With all the other retirees.
So he knows a guy out in Key West who has an empty apartment, and that guy is like, yeah, you can stay there. So he drives all the way to Key West, like, in as short a time as is humanly possible. Like, he doesn't stop to sleep, he barely stops to eat. He gets there and he just crashes.
27 hours it takes him. And this opens up a magical world full of fruit and wonder and other, fruit and island adjacent imagery.
A sort of a cabaret or a burlesque.
Yes, lots of parades.
We float together, unborn twins with shrinking tails and mucid limbs,
I feel like I should be snapping. Like,
clasping each other in an inky blur. Your shoulders glisten with garnet bubbles. Around your head, a halo of pearls, and as you nod, crepes of silk, onyx, and gleaming fold and furl.
image.
Get ready for some more! Roll in my arms, and I'll roll in yours, sheltered, fearless, gloating over our foodless feast, decked in treasure, enthroned together, our ivory serpents twisting between. The moment looms. We shudder, we shake, nestling, squeezing, our artless bodies heave and convulse, and the rapture begins. A helpless frenzy, our violent trance, familiar, expected, but never the same. We curl, we roll, warm, vicious, swaddled in bliss, our oily cocoon, our midnight pool, matted and joined, one, not two.
I wish the Lord would take me now.
This is supposed to be a contemporary romance novel.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, this is like
This
up
is
there with
supposed to
Fourth
be
Wing.
like a Powerless. This is supposed to be like a Crown of Starlight.
Right.
Like, are you kidding me?
We're supposed to be like, ooh.
I wish I could have that connection with someone.
Don't you remember that part of Crown of Starlight where they talked about Dionysus's mucid limbs?
I think I do remember his ivory serpent.
No, that was their freaking what's it called? Umbilical cords.
Yes, I also, I did not understand what ivory serpents meant for a while, and I was like, what am I supposed to interpret this
That's
as?
strange. Very common turn of phrase.
Sounds like a skill issue, as they say.
No, because, that sounds like a literotica euphemism, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I can't tell if his goal was to try and be literary, if his goal was to try and be evocative, if his goal was try and purposefully be gross, elicit a response. There's so many little things, and obviously a romance novel, are we supposed to feel romance? None of the things that I could think he's trying to say come across at all. Mm-hmm. None of those come across. It is just a weird scene that we're forced to witness.
I think what he's trying to do is, what if there was a guy who was so hot and all the women were like, yay, and it was also the guy was me.
And also the guy's smart.
I know, I love that it takes a moment at one of the most high potential, moments in a novel, which is in the first 2 pages to be and the whole crowd is women, by the way. What do you know about that?
I could sleep with any or all of them, but I don't.
I love my wife.
That wouldn't be
I
morally
love
correct.
me.
I love my wife, Vedette. I sure hope she doesn't turn into a literal gigantic scorpion later.
Okay.
But if she did, I hope she makes my dick really big with her poison.
I mean, if you have to.
So we get to Key West. The first thing that he does is go to a jazz bar called Refugio, where basically everybody immediately clocks and then ogles that he's the sexiest person they've ever seen in their entire lives. And he always wears, throughout this novel, this performatively Western outfit. He'll wear a vest that shows off his broad shoulders, and he wears a tight shirt so you can see his abs, and he wears I think some kind of boot cut jeans that make his legs look nice or something like that. And it's
it's homoerotic for one thing, but it's also all the characters, especially female characters, are like, wow, you're so exotic and Western. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The Western thing is kind of funny though, because it starts out when he walks into this bar, everyone turns their heads, and there's again a little bit of tension, and it's like the classic where are you from, stranger kind of thing.
We don't cotton to your kind around these parts.
But they cotton to his kind immediately.
And the first person he talks to is this like skimpily clad like Hooters waitress, a bartender named Mango, who he just immediately ogles, and then she's like, I like it when you do that, so keep doing it, please.
It's part of the job, you can do it.
And they both start like commiserating about having been recently left by their lovers, essentially.
So she's the first fruit?
Indeed.
She's the first
She
fruit.
is the first island fruit, but she is not a remedy. Nor
She's just a woman. Boo.
Nor is, maybe not the second, but close to the second woman that he meets, named Auntie Coco. She is an older woman who hits on wood, and he is very pointedly disgusted by, because she's old and that's not attractive to him.
She's everyone's aunt. She mentions like something joking about like, whose aunt are you? And it's like she's everyone's aunt. She's the omni aunt. So that's another layer of unsexiness added to her.
She's basically like a barfly. Like, she's always there. All the other characters know who she is, and she apparently like sleeps around, which Wood normally doesn't care about or even thinks is like kind of cool or seductive, but in this case it's revolting to him.
She's old.
Another woman that he meets this same night is named Pina. And she is a woman that he describes as a meth head. And he goes home with her, he gets in the car with her. They're both pretty drunk at this point. But then on account of her meth headiness, he basically bails. Like, he's like, stop the car! And he like gets out and runs back to the apartment that he's staying at.
We learn very quickly what he's not into.
Yeah.
Old people, substance users.
He doesn't like coconut. Pina colada and Mama Coco, not into that.
Hey, okay, wait, there might be something to that, because they talk about this one drink, and I don't even know if it's a real thing, an island blush. Hold on, what is it? Rum, coconut cream, and grenadine. So that's the only thing anyone drinks in this entire book. Every party they go to, every bar they go to, they get a blush.
Yeah.
I also have to quickly flag, if you've noticed that since we've been on the key, at the key, in the key, on the key,
In the keys.
in the keys,
Above the keys, below the keys.
the first three women that we have met have all been conspicuously named after fruits. So we have a mango, an Auntie Coco, and a Pina. This will just like continue for the rest of the book. We're never meant to like question it, I guess. Like,
no, because characters will call attention to it diegetically.
Yeah.
He'll be like, let me guess, you're apple or whatever.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, not quite. I'm
Pineapple. But it's not like, they're not nicknames. They, I guess, are their names. And then they're sometimes referred to offhandedly as the fruit women.
Yeah.
But this doesn't, like, we're not meant to question this. Like, they are just there, like, waiting for us, I guess. And then there they are. That's kind of all.
Wherever you go, there you are.
Yeah.
So as he's stumbling home in the dark, there's an important moment of like very heavy-handed foreshadowing. There's like a drunk man that he happens across, and the man like grips him by the shoulders. Maybe not literally, but that's the effect of the scene. And he's like, "Where's papaya? I need papaya. I'm dying for papaya." And Wood's like, "That was weird."
He makes eye contact with us
Right.
and says that.
So the next day, Wood is continuing work on his next novel. He's trying to figure out how to follow the rousing success of Unborn Twins.
Yes,
Okay.
I do believe that's the
I
title.
can't believe it's called that. That's so unsexy.
Unborn Twins. I also, we talked earlier about the fact that his audience is overwhelmingly women. Boo, of course. We're supposed to, and then he later refers to them as overweight, frustrated, middle-aged women. So very clearly there's some vitriol toward his own audience coming out here.
Some
No
resentment.
gratitude for the fact that they've given him a career or anything. Only spite.
Because they're old and big.
God. And middle-aged, God forbid.
And they want to
sad.
fuck
Which is worse
me.
than old.
He tries to resume work on his novel, and basically it's not working, right? Because it was supposed to be, whether literally or more spiritually, a follow-up to Unborn Twins that would further explore his relationship with Vedette, which of course no longer exists.
Surely to be called Born Twins.
Born Twins.
Right.
So he has to rethink it, narratively, but he also has to rethink it thematically. Like, what is even going to be about on, like, a more conceptual level, right? If this relationship just isn't present in his life, and maybe the love was never even true. So even something that tries to, like, reclaim it or rehabilitate what they had feels so impossible. So he decides he's just going to go to some bar again and, quote, stop acting like a married man. So he picks out some, like, hot women who he perceives to be single and just, like, starts approaching them.
Presses A and then goes to the flirt option in the dialogue tree.
And I just found it so telling at this moment that, like, for all of his talk of this sacred bond that he had with Vedette, all he seemed to want from her was sex, which, when we do find out more about their relationship, that I think that is borne out.
It is, and it isn't.
Yes.
There is like a little bit of gestures towards what might have actually caused the dissolution of the marriage and whether or not that was Wood's fault. But it's hard to even give that like any credence when we hear, oh, Vedette she threw tantrums. I didn't like the way that she treated me. She didn't quote my book right when we were having sex or whatever. Like, I don't know if I can quite go there. I think there might be an intent there, but I just don't see the execution of that.
It's confusing. While he's at this bar, he befriends a couple, Bijou and Trey.
Bijou is short for Mamoncillo,
Thank you.
which is not how I would, truncate that word
Yeah.
into Bijou. I don't know where that came from.
Doesn't bijou, doesn't that mean like sweet or something? What does that mean?
I
it's a
have
nickname.
lost all French cognition since like 10 years ago. I'm so sorry.
We'll let you tell us in the comments.
Hey, if you speak French, let us know if Bijou has any meaning whatsoever.
Okay, so Bijou and Trey also being sort of symbolic in that he's going to offer Wood various advice and useful information throughout the novel.
That is Trey with an A.
Yes.
Sometimes.
It's
Is
misspelled
there
at least
E?
once.
Really?
At least one time.
Whoa, I totally did not even pick up on that.
Well, it could be
That's
like
funny.
what happened with Wild Animus, where we have different print versions.
That's true.
So who knows?
I downloaded my version straight from like Rich Shapero.horse or whatever his website is. Okay. So he meets these characters at a bar. They're going to become like basically his friends on the island. He'll hang out with them periodically. They will also like wingman for him, whatever. You'll see when that
And
happens.
they're a couple, so they give him a little bit of wisdom at times about what it means to be in a committed relationship.
Yeah, because they've been together for like 6 years or something like that. They're going to have like a very backgrounded arc where Trey doesn't want to like, or he wants to, but is afraid to commit to Bijou, who's ready to get married and start thinking about having children. This is left out of my summary, but just know this is where this is going. There's like very mild tension between them about whether or not Trey is going to actually propose. And then he does later off screen.
Spoilers.
So Wood tells him about his work as a novelist. Something really funny that always happens when he tells people that he writes novels is that like literally the next time he sees them, they're like, we read your book and oh my God, it changed my life. Which, if you've ever written anything, you know is not usually how that goes.
Not the case. Thankfully. Are
Yeah.
you kidding? If after every time I met someone, they would be like, I've read your entire canon of work, and here
I
are
love
my
your
thoughts.
oeuvre.
I know. I would be pretty traumatized, and I don't even write, Unborn Twins level type, stuff at all or anything. So this is intense, and Wood sort of takes it in stride. It's almost smug. Like he'll be at a bar, and a woman will be like, "Oh, Wood, I read Unborn Twins. I thought it was genius. It was brilliant. It was so erotic," and he's like, "Thanks." And that's like the whole interaction.
He's like, no problem, toots.
Yeah, basically.
So at this point, he's kind of started to get settled in at Key West. Later that week, he goes to this party at Bijou and Trey's house. Some of their other friends are there. And approximately 2 picoseconds after his arrival, he notices a woman's breasts and starts flirting with her.
Wait, can I read the description?
Oh, please do.
Because Shapero has these delightful descriptions of every character, really, and most of the characters are women, and so most of them are women, but he has these, well, you see what you can make of it. He sticks on these certain details that I guess through Wood's point of view, or maybe each of the things about this description, like have some sort of narrative significance. So let's see how this character is introduced here. Her hair was dark, her eyes were sticky. She wore a wrap of buff linen, and her breasts were like beans underneath it.
And what is her name?
Her name, of course, is Tamarind.
Okay.
Oh.
So Tamarind, who is sticky,
Right.
he finds to be very clingy. So he's off-put by her. Their initial conversation doesn't really lead to anything. He tries to avoid her for the rest of the night. Eventually, the group leaves the house and they go out to see, some street performers, and they walk along the beach. But somehow during all of this, he ends up talking to her again. And all of a sudden, he finds that actually, she has a lot to offer, conversationally speaking. So they break off from the group and they share their stories of heartbreak. Now, something that you might have started to notice is that there's already this pattern emerging where Wood meets people, and I have been saying, they exchange stories of their partner's woes.
Their whole thing.
The pattern is not so much that this always happens, but that we almost always just gloss completely over whatever happened in the woman's backstory. I'm glad we gloss over Wood's, because we know it. We saw it happen, mostly. But it's just so weird that it's yeah, she has some shit going on too, but don't fucking worry about it. This conversation that they're having after they've separated from the group leads basically where you would expect that it does. They go back to hers. And this being the first time that Wood has made love to a woman who is not vedette, I believe ever.
Ever, yes.
Makes him very nervous. So she is well, we'll just pretend to be teenagers and it's our first time. This is weird, but this weirdness gets deflected from by the fact that as soon as they start having penetrative intercourse, we just plunge headlong into this realm of metaphor, just pure metaphor. Could we maybe get a sampling of this? Does somebody have the page open?
His fingers touched the maroon mass. He pinched it, feeling it yield. Dense, sticky, Wood held the fruit to his nose, drawing its scent. Subtle, a mingling of odors he couldn't unbind. Again, he touched his tongue to it, and again the tartness. Foreign, piquant, sour, and sweet. He savored the taste. Okay, I can't read this. I don't want to read this.
This is maybe too much
being
even.
recorded. Sorry.
So he quote unquote eats Tamarind. This is them having sex or whatever.
Consuming her completely is what it says. Exactly.
Which is good.
Which is great.
I like that.
We're already getting a woman character being subsumed into
I know.
or subsumed by.
Renton Dorner took 700 years to get there, and here he was just all right, you can have it.
Let's cut to the chase.
We already know where this is going. It is then, I believe, the very next day that Wood is thinking about this lay, and he talks to Bijou about it, and Bijou is like, Tamarind talked to me, and it's not gonna work out.
She didn't like you, dude. You consumed her completely.
She didn't like when you ate her like Kirby and then turned into a sort of simulacrum of her. I don't know when this conversation could have happened. Did Tamarind is it a Scott Pilgrim joke where when Wallace is asleep with the phone already in his hand, even though the camera just cut away for 2 seconds? I don't know how this occurred. Tamarind must literally have sat bolt upright in bed at 8:15 a.m. Be like, Bijou, that was the worst night of my life.
If you see Wood again, I don't care how martini shaped he is.
I want a man shaped like a different glass next time.
I want that to be what happened. Leaving the apartment, the door just clicks behind her, and she's like, "Oh my god!"
I like to imagine that he, consumed and then just rolled over, fell asleep, no thought to her, and she's just on the other side, texting away at Bijou.
She's in the group text already. Fruit women, you'll never guess.
They call it the orchard or something.
Oh, that would be kind of sweet.
Y'all were so immediately endeared.
a lot of this information about like the Tamarind fallout, if you will, comes through Trey, who like is a therapist by trade, and Wood will just take advantage of this. Like,
Yeah.
I've known therapists, and like the idea of using them for free, just like hanging out outside of their office at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
to like be like, hey, I don't know why this girl doesn't like me, and you met the guy 2 days ago. Something's not there.
So yeah, Wood and Trey are talking about why things won't work out with Tamarind. It's something to the effect of like, you don't know who she really is, Wood. We'll never find out what that means, by the way. But the conversation does kind of take a productive turn, because Wood ends up talking about the sacred space, which is that space that was being described in the opening sequence of this novel, you know, the excerpt from his novel Unborn Twins. So the sacred space is like this place that he invented for him and Vedette to go to, like, psychosexually whenever they fuck. Apparently this is what they do every single time. They build a nest on like the floor of their bedroom, and they quote lines of his own novels to each other as they do it, and they must climax simultaneously. So they find a perfect balance so that they will climax at the same time. And then, and this is the really important part, they cuddle as she sobs uncontrollably.
Every single time.
That's how it works.
No wonder they divorced. Yeah, you fall into a routine. It's the same old thing.
You're building the nest, and it's suddenly just like, what are we doing?
I don't know if like it would be weird, but I could see like a silly little like pillow fort, like date night kind of thing.
God,
You're
this
bored.
could be cute if Wood didn't imbue it with such
Perversion.
such grandeur. It's like, this must be like a complete metamorphosis every single time. Like, it can never be just okay.
And they're acting out his novel,
Right.
which is about them, but is also written because of their relationship.
Their
Like,
cosmic connection.
so
Embryo AU.
if we haven't made it clear enough, the unborn twins are literally
Yes.
Wood and Vedette, not just metaphorically. Like, they literally are Wood and Vedette.
and he's transparent about this with other characters that ask him.
Yes,
Right.
everyone seems to know and accept it. Like, he even talks with Tamarind about it. Like, the first woman that he has sex with outside of his marriage, like,
Yeah.
is someone who knows and fully accepts that, like, the Unborn Twins, the romance novel, is also the true novel of Wood's relationship with Vedette, the true story of their relationship, but that also in their relationship, they're role-playing as the versions of themselves who are the twins who are in the novel.
That tracks for me.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. just want to make sure I knew where we were at.
That's parsable.
It is inconceivable to me that he finds having his novel quoted at him sexy. Like,
Agreed.
we're at all the writers in the room, like, to imagine your partner being able to quote your book from memory, let alone quote it sexually,
I would be offended.
I would invert. So, like, my skin would slough off of my bones. Like, that would not square with me.
Your
in
eyes
any...
would run with hyper-realistic blood.
Yes.
So I said this conversation took a productive turn. It does for us, the reader, in the sense that we get a lot of new information. It also does for Wood, though, because Trey is like, it sounds like you were putting a fuck ton of pressure on this. And if Vedette had tried to actually talk to you about it, would you have listened? And Wood admits that he would not have.
Yeah.
He admits that he would not have been able to have that conversation. And sort of subtly, implicitly seems to validate her leaving, right? Because if you can't have a conversation about something that is so important within the context of the relationship, like, what is the alternative? Other than, like, I don't know, murder.
This says so much about Rich. You'll have to ask him when he comes to your club.
We've tried. This man is completely opaque.
Yeah. He's a master of omission.
Yes.
He's a master of emission.
He makes so many things real that it just invalidates a million other things that are infinitely more important, but just smaller and more mundane.
In the grand SBU tradition, I have titled this next arc of the narrative "A Million Billion Sex Fables."
Okay, a quiz for our club members. A quiz, closed book test.
Okay, I'll flip it over.
Okay, Andrew, Jay,
No.
Drew, if you care to guess. What are the names of the women that Wood has sex with in this novel, and what order?
No.
Ooh.
We have
Pumello.
Nope, you're wrong already.
Tamarind.
Really?
Tamarind already
No,
happened.
okay, after...
Yes, thank
No,
you,
no,
Drew.
no, Tamarind, then Pumello.
Okay. So
I-
number 1, Tamarind, we're locking in.
Okay,
Yes.
yes.
We're locking that in. Number 2, Pumello.
Yes.
That is also true.
Durian.
Great guess. Unfortunately not correct today. Thank you, though.
Callie.
Nope, wrong.
Fuck.
It's okay. Not. I wish maybe I could do this backwards. Oh, but how many times does he have sex with Gwen?
That
doesn't
doesn't
come
come
until
up
later.
until a couple, so...
Okay, but did you account for that each subsequent
It was
time?
mostly during the same
Yeah.
stretch,
But
so...
it overlaps with one other.
Yes, that's not until a little bit.
Yeah, because the last one, I know who that would be, but I won't say it.
No, don't say it yet.
Before that would
We're
be
still looking for
Gwen.
3.
And before that, it would be Gwen / that other character. Before that, it would be another character whose name I won't say.
Mm-hmm.
Before that,
That's who we're looking for.
Pina?
Yes!
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
okay,
shoot.
I didn't realize that
Who
was
could
this
forget
early.
our punk baddie,
Yeah,
Pina?
she's cool.
Our
I like
punk
her.
My
baddie.
personal favorite, unironically.
Yeah. I like the part where, what does he say? He's like, I learned that women also have inner lives.
Yes.
And she's like, fuck off. I was like, did Rich Shapero really write that?
I was like, wait, I'm charmed, actually,
If your
by this
worldview-
friendship. Like, it's funny.
If your worldview is capable of accounting for a man that would say that, how does the rest of this novel exist?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Okay, wait, so is that it then?
Who we're looking... Well, we need number 4.
Oh,
So we
okay.
have Tamarind, Pumello, Pina.
Callie. What's the name of the airport lady?
What's the name of the yellow fruit?
Is it Nan?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
Banana or
man.
Nan.
Nan. And then airport lady?
And then Gwen.
Gwen, and then airport lady.
Who's...
The
Anona.
divorcee.
Anona.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's, Gwen, and then Anona, and then Auntie Coco.
Okay. Spoilers.
Spoilers. Oops.
And we won't spoil who the last one is.
Yeah.
So this is the arc we're about to enter. A lot of this happening.
In completely interchangeable order, if that
Pretty
like
much.
quiz wasn't illustrative.
Yeah, I guess
of
that's
that.
the point, is that there's so much sex in this novel. I would venture to say that none of it is sexy. I would venture to say that none of it is all that different than the last instance either. I mean, it's kind of, you read this first scene and it's this like, seemingly like it's trying to be erotic, and it's like this scene between these two like sort of strangers, and they enter a scenario that we're like, okay, they're like having sex, and then it very quickly, without getting even lingering for an instant on what's actually like really physically happening, or what the characters are like experiencing, or whether they're connecting or not, it like very quickly shifts into this purely metaphorical landscape where Wood is transported to this like mythical island in his mind, and he's just like a guy chilling and like usually picks some sort of fruit off of a tree or something. I'm kind of like being vague here, but it's that there is specific imagery that comes up in these scenes, but it's all sort of the same. We often have like a starry sky overhead. We have like thick green trees all around. We have like rich soil underfoot, and then this like large fruit that he plucks off the tree and he eats it, and we get some sort of description
Right.
of how it tastes and what it feels like in
where
his
its
mouth.
various substances leak.
Yeah, and that's gross. But weirdly, the sex is pretty tame. Like, we don't get any anatomical language. We don't actually really know physically like the choreography of like
You
what
know
the
that
characters
shit's
are
just,
doing
like,
together.
missionary.
It's just
Yeah,
it's just
genuinely.
weird because it's like we went into the bedroom and things started getting. I was in the forest and the guava was hanging on the tree. The stars were shining in,
And I
the
saw
soil
the
was
dark
so-
lights
Yeah.
of the Hyades above Carcosa.
Yeah, exactly. And you're kind of like, wait, what the? Okay. And if you're waiting to know, like, okay, but what if this is like diegetic and what if this is purely metaphorical, and is any of this like, drug induced, or is it like a vision or what? You never know.
You
like
never
it just is what happens. And I think we are supposed to think that Wood is having some sort of actual like spiritual like genuine like psychosexual like actually like weird, I don't know, Jungian like hero's journey in his mind
Yeah.
or something, I don't know.
Island
it's
Blush
always-
has him acting on Wise.
And the idea behind these sex scenes is the eroticism to a degree, and also that they will make him a better lover and partner. You know, step by step, he will learn these like spiritual lessons that will prepare him for his next relationship, which he hopes will be, you know, the one true love that he thought he had in the first place.
Which is ostensibly the goal, but to me, what sticks out is how isolated each of these experiences are. They're very just interchange the whatever fluids and whatever tastes, but it never bleeds into his real life. He barely applies the lessons that he learns, the little Sunday school treat women right lessons.
Right.
And he also, like, it wasn't like, oh, he had sex with Nan and then the next day everything had a yellow hue and he noticed all of the yellow things that he can unpeel. Or like, you know what I mean?
You're
Like,
making it worse. You're making it worse.
It feels like there's this like elaborate Jenga tower stacked up with like all of these sexual encounters with all of these different fruit women, but it also somehow in like this weird surreal way feels like you could pull out as many blocks in the tower as you wanted and the tower would still stand. Like it's like it seems like it's, I don't know, you know, there's this like architecture or something that is elaborate and like meaningful that it happens in this particular order of like over 8 on-screen sexual encounters, but like none of them amount to anything. It seems like they could happen in any order. They don't even hardly inform one another, so it's sort of like, wait, what?
I think a really good example of that is one that we'll get to in a little while, where the lesson is basically you should make sure that if you're, you know, a cis straight guy, like having sex with a cis straight woman, you should make sure that she gets, you know, to enjoy it as well. That's basically the lesson that he learns.
Revelatory.
But then, yeah, genuinely. And he treats it as such. But then, like, that knowledge, he never gets tested on that knowledge later. Like, there never comes an opportunity, really, where he could be tempted to, like, overindulge in his own pleasure at the expense of hers, and he decides not to because he's learned. Like, he just doesn't, he just learns it, and it's like, check, done, never have to think about it again.
The video game achievement pops up.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Moves on.
It's like 0.001% of players.
that's the Coco achievement.
God, and I highlight all of those subject positions that I did when talking about the sexual arrangements in this novel because it is extremely, extremely cishet from a dude's perspective specifically. He meets at market Pomelo, a woman who has what defining physical character trait?
Can I guess?
Yes, you can.
T or A?
Which one?
Oh, shoot.
Here's a hint. This novel repeats itself always.
Breasts.
You got
Hey!
it. She got the bazongas. So they end up talking about his mom a lot, and like she is kind of like doing some like a little bit of role playing in their conversation, and he's like, I had to raise myself because my mom was a quote invalid.
She cradles
and she
him.
cradles him.
And she's like, oh, Wood, it's so wrong.
It's not right.
It's not right. It's so not right. And like that kind of becomes a double entendre.
Yeah, and through this experience, he comes to realize, finally, even despite having been told by Trey earlier, that this whole sacred space thing was like putting a lot of pressure on his previous relationship, and he needs to kind of reinvent that going forward. Again, he's not going to actually apply this lesson ever because every single time he sees a future with a woman, he'll be like, I'm not going to make the same mistake of doing that whole sacred place thing. But then he just kind of does with different language a little bit. So lesson not learned. Wood hangs out with Trey not too long after that, and he actually confesses that he had known for a really long time that things weren't working out with Vidette, but like he knew it in like a secret way where like he didn't know it. So like he can claim credit for knowing it, but also like he didn't know it.
Where it was kept so secret that even us readers never even caught a glimpse or even a hint or even any foreshadowing about that whatsoever.
Oh, he's just so good at subtlety, old Rich is. And this is also where Wood mentions that Vidette used to be really violently angry and would like throw things at him, something that was not indicated even in the slightest when we were in their house at the beginning of the novel. You know, this could have been foreshadowed for sure. There could have been, I don't know, dents in the drywall or something, and we could have been like, what's that about?
He
But
uses the word tantrums, though, and, like, I don't know, violent anger and tantrums. It feels very dismissive. I mean, even when you're calling out something that might be a legitimate flaw in Vedette, I still feel like, why would you say that like that? I don't know.
There's something going on there that you actually mentioned while we were still driving up to Uncle Norman's. You had said that it feels like a guy who has a lot of crazy exes.
Yes.
Can you say that again? Because I thought you put it really well.
Right, so that's my biggest problem with this book, is just the complete opacity vis-a-vis Wood's character. I like to say, I know this is stupid, but I think it's a good maxim. Narrators tell you things because they want you to hear them. And this entire book, what I feel is very similar to the phenomenon of someone who has a lot of crazy exes. This guy who tells you, oh my God, you know, all these crazy women in my life, she did XYZ thing, she threw tantrums, she did all this stuff. And he makes these omissions that don't point to any kind of like wrongdoing on his part. Even if the entire story doesn't make sense without it, he just insists that these people are crazy, and you start to realize that, you know, maybe something is being left out here.
Yeah, there's a common denominator, and
right,
it's Wood.
Right. And I know somewhere there is a dim linkage between how little we get about Wood's character and how little we will continue to get about Wood's character, and the fact that these relationships crash and burn or take weird twists, like Tamarind that we just saw, like Vedette. There's something there, but I guess it's just not idiot-proofed enough or something.
It's actually very common in abusive relationships for the abusive partner to specifically pick away at the other partner until either they yell, they throw something, they get to make them so upset that they act the way, and then to flip it around and use that as ammunition
Kind of cry bully
until the
them.
next time. You know,
Yeah.
so it makes you wonder, because he called it a tantrum,
Exactly.
and because of all these other things, like, so are you inciting this? You know, I don't know. This just feels like a guy that like would have like Darvo tattooed on his arm.
So Trey tells Wood that he's been reading his novel, and he just takes it for granted, like Red was saying, that the novel is literally like a transcription of Wood's inner world. And Wood is like, well, now that you mentioned, yes, it is. And Trey is like, well, you probably, I mean, if you're capable of coming up with this like bizarre scenario, then probably you married a version of Vedette that didn't ever even exist. Like, she was a character to you from the start. And Wood is like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And this is another moment where he just accepts something like this, but then he continually like backtracks on it. Even if he moves away from the language he was initially using, he is still going to like insist that his subsequent relationships have this sacred space like quality to their detriment. Wood goes to the market again, and
he loves that fruit market.
He loves that fruit market. Where else are you gonna pick up all of these women? And indeed, a woman he does meet, this one being Mamie. Now, Mamie is going to be one of the few women in the novel who Wood does not have sex with. Named women, I should specify. Another one being like Bijou, for example. Mamie is Catholic, and she's quite a bit younger, and she offers to be Wood's first like female platonic friend. In a moment, yes. In a moment that, like, in another novel could be kind of cute. I think if Wood was a lot younger, especially, it could be. As an adult man, it's concerning. But, you know, if they were, I don't know, like 17 or something, it could be something. Mamie tells Wood, she has this theory about fruit, that they hang on branches and dream of being eaten so that their seeds can be spread by the creatures that eat them. And if you're thinking, well, this sounds like a certain metaphor that we've seen previously is being described, yes, yes, indeed. And I think that the implications of this are very concerning, right? Because it's implying that women in the sort of gender essentialist cosmos of this book, women are fruit, and they exist to offer themselves to men to be consumed and then processed into basically children. It's implied that the outcome of this is children. And I don't like it. I don't like that very much at all.
Feels very Catholic.
Implicitly
Mamie
scatological.
is Catholic and is a virgin. She's the one.
She's
so
the one.
they have this gross, weird conversation where she says, the things a woman feels, they're a mystery to me. I'm a virgin. I'm saving myself for the man I marry.
Or at least consent.
And Wood is like, woman or girl, your warmth is magnetic. You're beautiful inside and out. Why does he say that?
Why'd you say that, buddy?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
Girl. Is she explicitly aged? Like, sorry, whoa. It's,
No, I got
Is
it.
she
No.
aged?
does the book say her age?
I think she's like early 20s,
Okay.
I believe.
Girl.
Girl.
I'm so uncomfortable
Yeah,
with
no,
that.
the novel is like very interested in you seeing her as like, I don't know, like more childlike than Wood for sure.
Oh, and what's her
So-
fruit?
And then he says, I don't know what this means. I used to have one like that. I guess, well, she has a knife. That must be what he's talking about. The dialogue in this novel is crazy.
Yeah, it's like they're having different conversations at the same time. I don't know if this is literally the next thing that happens, but one thing that happens shortly after this is that conversation with Pina I mentioned, where he just happens across her in the street. I think outside the tattoo parlor where she works, which is awesome.
Yeah, we have to briefly say that, like, the other women in the, you know, the like, the, like AI generated like pictures of women that you'll like stumble upon on the internet
Yeah.
with like crazy shit posts of like whatever kind of like funded Instagram accounts that are trying to like farm likes or whatever. Anyway, like a lot of the women in the novel are kind of just described as like, and she was so hot and she looked like a model and she had all the features you would associate with a model and she had long hair and she had big boobies and she blah blah blah. Pina is like totally strangely not depicted as like socially attractive or whatever, like traditionally attractive. Like she lives in like this kind of rundown trailer. She's like on page like a drug user. She has like a bright green mohawk, I think, or something. She's like full body tattooed. It's very interesting. It just like comes kind of out of nowhere, and then her and Wood meet outside of her tattoo parlor, I guess, and it's kind of like, whoa, what? Like, this is like a nice new sort of a character that feels like a character for once.
And it's a weirdly kind presentation of this like not conventionally attractive person, especially in the context of this novel.
Yeah.
So he says like, oh my god, I've learned. He's like, so I'm a straight white guy and I did acid and I learned about empathy. And Pina's like, fuck you, but in like kind of a slash pause way. Like you can tell that she's like glad that he had this revelation, but also she's like, it's embarrassing that you just learned this. Which I thought that was a great scene, actually. It's nice. It's really nice. Wood and Mamie do end up going on a date, but this is where, you know, all that aforementioned Catholicism comes in and she's like, let's not do this. Let's just be friends. Wood is then sent divorce papers by Vedette, which he does sign along with an apology letter that he sends back. And it's some like short but like dramatic sentimental bullshit. He's like, I'm sorry for being so naive, babe, or whatever. Very, very annoying. And do you have a question, Drake? You look concerned.
No, I just more and more hints that he has done something in this relationship.
Yeah.
Obviously, she cheated and she scorpion stabbed him, but all these pieces along the way that show that he wouldn't listen to her even if she tried, you know,
So lawyers who are subscribed to SBU, is this grounds for divorce to turn into a scorpion and stab someone?
Is that grounds
In the heart.
in the heart? Because like you stab someone with a knife in the heart, obviously, yes, that's grounds for divorce. But if the scorpion had some undue level of influence, and this is like a contributory negligence situation where, you know, maybe Vedette was not really in the wrong actively as her own agent.
Does the law account for becoming the avatar of like a dark divinity?
Let us know in the comments below.
Trey and Wood have another therapy session, like off the books therapy session.
Unpaid.
And Trey is like, look, you need to actually be real about this. Like, people in the real world don't have these like cosmic twins that they are capital M meant to be with. Trey is basically like, romanticism, the artistic movement, was wrong. That isn't true. It's a nice thought, but you need to get over it or it's going to destroy every relationship that you will ever have, which is unironically incredibly excellent advice. Just generally, I have to say. Not long after this, Wood meets an actress named Callie at a bar, and she tells him that if he doesn't know how to be genuinely giving, which is what he has set out to do, it's like sort of a self-imposed goal that he has at this stage of the novel, learn to be a more giving lover. She says, if you don't know how to do that, then you can learn how to do it through acting in sex. So like role play, essentially.
Tell us all about the different roles that Wood has.
This scene or scenes, this pastiche, it sucks. I hate this part so much. So she's like they get in bed, they get naked, they start having sex, and
as one does.
And she's like, I'm gonna be the director, you're gonna be the actor, and I'm gonna have you play different men so you can learn how different men have sex. The first one is the cool guy, and he is violent. He's the Chad.
Cool guy.
There's
Lots of proper nouns in this novel, by the way, which we haven't talked. Sacred space is capital S. Cool guy is capital C, capital G.
There's a lot of in the cool guy moment. There's a lot of him using his knife to split open Callie, who is a pumpkin. So now we have like multiple layers of obfuscation because he's acting within the fruit eating space.
Short for Calabeza, right?
Yeah, something like that. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Okay. The second one, and trigger warning, content warning, is the femboy. Now the femboy is
Content warning for what?
Hold on. His quote, secret dream is to be a woman, and she has him look in the mirror. I don't remember if it's a literal or a metaphorical mirror or both, and I don't care. She has him look in this mirror and act out like all of this like self-loathing in response to putting on makeup and it not being like convincingly feminine. So like
content warning for transphobia. To be clear. Not content warning for the presence of
a femboy. And it's just so fucking sad. Like more than anything else, I was sad reading this because I was like, I don't think Rich knows what he wants to say here. There's just some unrestrained shit just coming out.
Yes.
And I do not feel comfortable reading it. Like this
gross.
needed sensitivity readers for the sensitivity readers. It's dark.
I thought this was going to be about like how different guys have sex. Like cool guy is aggressive, metaphor uses knife and pumpkin, and then all of a sudden this jarring, okay, this one's sex, this one is look in a mirror and fucking hate yourself.
Yeah. Yes. This one is sex, this one is transphobia.
Right.
This one is sex again. What's the third one? I don't even remember.
The third one is the virgin who has no experience with women, and basically I think she like straddles him for like a really long time.
I very truly do not remember much of the details of any of these encounters. I was very obviously just like, please let it in, please.
It was hard to write this down because I had to pay attention to what was happening.
It's just nauseating. I'm sorry. I wish I had something other than that to say, but like it feels like a chimpanzee with a machine gun. Like it comes from a place of aggression and it uses these incredibly effective, upsetting tools just for the furthering of Wood's character quote unquote arc.
I just don't know what he thinks he's doing with this.
Yeah.
This particular one.
And these, whatever he's meant to have learned from this, like you kind of mentioned earlier, it doesn't come back later. Like, it's, yeah, I don't know. I think it's also supposed to be funny. Like, I think it's played to, because she's this, like, actor character who's like, oh, I have this play in my head of, like, how this hookup is going to go, and I've casted you in these 3 roles, and, like, here are your roles, and, like, okay, so act 1, like, this is the stage directions, and it's obviously, like, silly. Like, she's this over-the-top character who's, like, doing this, like, directing role while they're having sex, and, like, giving him, like, acting direction or something. And I think it's supposed to, like, I think we're supposed to think it's funny. Like, she's, like, quirky or eccentric or something. She's this, like, weird, crazy actor who's, like, pushing his boundaries, and he's this, like, normal guy, and he's just, like, trying to make the most of this bizarre situation, this wacky situation.
How'd I get into this old mix-up?
Right.
We've done this song and dance with Rich Shapero before, whether or not things are supposed to be funny. And I've always thought that I think there's an attempt at humor more often than not that we give him credit for. So I could definitely see, like, this is supposed to be quirky or zany or charming.
I definitely agree. In this particular sexual encounter,
This one.
I think so.
It's like the dress-up montage in a movie or something where they try on different... It's like the flash of this thing, then that thing, and that... Oh my god, that's a horrible picture for what you've just described.
Right, and it doesn't gel well with, like, the intensity of what happens, particularly in the second one. But honestly, in all of them, because the first one is so violent, and the third one is just so weird.
Yeah.
I guess on some distant theoretical level, it's nice that this one is memorable because it has a black comedy element to it. It's not completely played straight. It's not like, this is so intellectual, these metaphors for consuming fruit. It has, like, kind of a twist on it.
Sure.
Which I can acknowledge with my words and say aloud. So, like, then a bunch of bullshit happens for a while.
Yes.
And I mean a while. And it's just events occurring. And Andrew, don't you say that thing that you always say about how, oh, a novel is just you know what I mean.
Tell them about the Chinese restaurant.
You tell them about the Chinese restaurant.
Okay, so every now and then they go to a Chinese restaurant. There is a waitress there with a name of a fruit, and I think that's another one of the women that
he does not have
sex with.
Yeah.
So,
But she sure is in a servile role the whole time that we see her.
So this felt like dollar store brand Rich Shapero to me, the Chinese restaurant montages.
Yeah.
Because his whole shtick is just what is metaphorical and what is real. Ooh, it's interchangeable. We get it, okay? But then real true fans of SBU know all about Sonic High School, in which the fortunes of fortune cookies take on spiritual meaning. And I did not think I would ever see this anywhere but in a Sonic fan fiction. But here in Island Fruit Remedy, fucking Wood will just get a fortune cookie with this meal, and he always reads it.
It will be like, and this is what is about to happen next.
And it will say, you will encounter a bliss beyond fear.
Well, it's like, but other times it's aphorisms. Like fortune cookies normally are, like the one I could find right off the bat is just, our first love is self-love, and invariably that probably factors into an adjacent sex scene where he learns to love himself or whatever. But it's just like, it's a fortune cookie, like it's.
Right, it's almost hard to explain why it doesn't work because it seems so self-evident. It's like, why would you do this?
But I guess, you know, this is the same guy who wrote a book about someone's discovery of a god being based off of an advertisement in a magazine found in a gas station. So, like, maybe this is just par for the course, and it's just the fact that I like Sonic High School that I noticed this was so weird and silly, but no, fortune cookies are real. They teach you
they tell you what the next scene is going to be
you
about.
Oh, here's one. A chance meeting changes everything.
Oh, you don't say.
You won't guess what happens next.
I think the reason that these work so poorly in this novel specifically is that if there is one consistent rule to the Shapiro-verse, it's that prophecies, occult readings, dreams, and information revealed in acid trips are always completely true 100% of the time and 100% of the way.
Right.
So ironically, there's no ambiguity when a fortune cookie says a chance meeting will change everything, because literally, okay, that is just going to happen.
Right.
Because in this world, the figurative is the literal. And that's not as cool as maybe that sounds when I say it like that.
Well, it's not cool in a Chinese restaurant novelty cookie.
No,
so-
it's not.
Well, if he wants it to be serious and prophecy and deep and so interesting, and then it's a fortune cookie, like he's kind of undercutting himself.
Yeah.
Right.
Not an effective use of anticlimax, if indeed that was the intended rhetorical strategy.
So that just comes up here and there. That's all we need to say about it.
Yeah, so I think he has sex with Callie again in here, and this time he has to be the doctor delivering the babies that he impregnated her with as each of the characters.
Oh, I forgot all about this scene. I had blocked it from my memory. That's literally what happens. They talk about speculums and everything. Like, it's a whole thing.
Uh-huh.
I miss the fruit. Metaphors.
Yeah, now that you say it like that, it's one of the only non-fruit metaphors we get, and for what? Like, it's so shocking, so disgusting, so off-putting. Like, not the miracle of childbirth, of course, but the context, of the, I don't know, it's so something that, maybe a really, maybe an author with, a lot of tact and precision could, make something useful out of that image.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what's happening here.
No.
It's just shocking and, offensive somehow.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
don't
it's
know
so belittling
how,
to
but-
Callie because we learned that this is wish fulfillment for her. Because her childhood sweetheart, when they were adults...
Oh, this is so dark. This novel does not know how to handle
Content
any of it.
warning,
Yeah.
Everything.
Content warning
if
for
you're bothered by
everything.
anything, leave now while there's still
Left
time.
a long time ago.
Yeah, okay, so this is wish fulfillment for her because she had a childhood sweetheart, they grew up, they got married, and then she had to have a hysterectomy for some reason or another. She was no longer able to bear children, and he fucking walked out on her. And so Wood comes to see her as a pumpkin that's hollow and rotting inside.
It's really
And
despicable.
She
the
later,
imagery.
I believe, if not here, states explicitly that she became an actress so that she could give life to characters as a replacement for the children that she's not able to have.
Oh my god.
And it's not just that this is this one woman's particular sadness or tragedy. This is meant to be read as... This character is meant to be kind of like a synecdoche for what happens when women generally cannot give birth to children. Because remember, in the metaphorical landscape of this world, women are fruit.
Right.
They exist to merge with men and create children. And so the fact that she can't do this makes her, as the book says, rotten inside. It's horrible. It's so horrible. And then after this, the novel has the gall to have him wake up in the middle of the night next to her, and he's got this uncomfortable pressure in his nutsack. And so he goes to the toilet and he just blah, all of his cum and because and then he's like, oh, I was pleasing her so much that I never even finished. And he has this moment looking at his product in the toilet that he's like, wow, I have learned how to be an incredible giving lover that thinks nothing of myself.
Rich Shapero, when we find you.
It's on site.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's as soon as it becomes sexual, it just enters the metaphorical in this almost squeamish
reactive.
way. Yeah, it's almost like he is scared of be. It
My
does.
dick
It
is
feels
so big
that
and I'm
way.
scared.
It feels that way to me, that as soon as the scenes get actually sexual, he's like, oh, I need to get out of this quickly. And it's
I like this.
kind of shocking. It's go there if there's gonna be over 10 on-screen sexual encounters.
Nut up or shut up.
Why are we not even getting euphemisms for sexual for genitals? That's crazy.
So you're saying from Rich, we need more genitals.
Yes, and that can go on record. No, but don't be so cowardly. Like, you gotta, if you're gonna write a sex book, then, like, write a sex book, you know?
Agreed.
Or if you're gonna write a book that's explicitly like it's not a sex book, it's a metaphor book. Like, I don't know, be interesting and say something.
Have other metaphors than sex.
The two
Have
genders,
metaphors.
metaphor book and sex book.
Which are you, dear reader? Are you metaphor book or sex book? Comment below.
My readers have one thing in common. Wood turned back to Trey. Their hearts are hungry. Some read to avoid the real thing. For them, words are enough. Others are braver, finding their way with a partner, testing their experience against my own. The bravest seek something unique. They're the ones I care about most. I love this idea that in his mind, everybody who reads his books and then has sex is like, oh, I'm trying to do it like in the book.
Fetus, fetus, fetus.
Oh.
No.
Every time they have sex, they're like, whoa, this is like from Unborn Twins.
So we are now entering the longest arc of the novel, which kind of overlaps with the Million Billion Sex Fables arc. So these are separate, but also not separate. I wanted to call this the papaya incident to do like a kind of Shibuya incident thing that would convey the like catastrophic nature of all that is about to be inflicted upon us, but it's not really an incident. Then again, I guess the Shibuya incident wasn't really an incident either. It was like a million episodes long. Okay, but we're in the papaya arc now. So Mamie tells Wood about a woman named Papaya, who is like kind of a local celebrity / socialite who is known for being single and very, very picky in relationships. This is the woman that drunken guy was looking for earlier. And Wood's interest is piqued by the idea of this ideal, or I should say idealized, unattainable woman.
He does it like he sees an advertisement for a car that he really wants. Like, he takes it as a foregone conclusion that if he could just get his hands on Papaya, she in turn would fall in love with him and everything would be hunky-dory. He's asking around like, hey, can I meet Papaya? Just under this weird assumption. And I guess, you know, he's been proven that he can sleep with whoever he wants, I guess. But
he literally does like, sorry for making another Scott Pilgrim reference, but he does like Scott at the party looking for Ramona. He walks around talking to random people, and he's, instead of like pointing to a picture, he's like describing her. And people are like, you know, saying like, oh, I saw her go that way or whatever. But there's another thing that happens right here, which is after, you know, thinking about Papaya and trying to figure out who she is and where she might be, he goes for a walk on the beach, and a woman literally trips over him. Like, they have like an actual like anime meet cute.
yeah.
And she like drops all of her books or whatever the fuck she's carrying. I don't know. And we think for a moment that this is Papaya, although I'll just spoil it and say that it's not. But this woman like is so striking to him that he's like, oh, this must be her. He says, quote, she's the one that he is meant to be with. They exchange like a very brief conversation, and then she gets called away by some man back into the water, but I don't think we ever find out who this guy is, do we?
Yet another suitor.
Okay. He goes to hang out with Bijou and Trey. And he's like, so I learned about this Papaya lady, and they're like, she's not real. As in, like, does not actually exist at all.
Yeah,
Like,
yes.
she's an idea that they're familiar with, that other men come to Key West and search for, but she doesn't actually have a corporeal form.
Like
Like
the Holy
she's-
Grail, an old wives' tale or whatever.
Yeah.
Like she's damn Mothman.
She's like
A sexy cryptid. Like,
So Trey and Bijou are like, forget about that. We're going to hook you up with Nan. She's a tarot reader. She's kind of weird. You'll like her. She and Wood have tarot reading sex. More on that later, probably, I presume. But the scene itself doesn't really matter. Just like the fortune cookies,
Yes.
the tarot cards tell you exactly what is about to happen without any ambiguity. I will say, I appreciate the level of detail with which the cards are described. the tarot reader does more than just say like, this is the card that's associated with institutional religion, so that's going to play a role. Like, she actually describes the pictures that are on her versions of the cards and incorporates smaller details into the reading. And it does weave together nicely into like a coherent summary of the story. But like we already know what's happened in the past, and now we know for sure what's going to happen in the future. And it's like, okay, that's fine.
I was really excited when the tarot cards showed up because I was like, oh, Jay's gonna have so much to say about this. Jay's gonna have so much to say about this. But she really does kind of just like lay them out, and you had trouble like coming up with the geography of like the card table or whatever, because there's supposed to be like a configuration, right?
Yes, well, she's doing a particular spread. That's
Okay.
what that's the general catch-all term for a configuration.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah,
But-
she's doing some spread, which I pointedly did not look up. I tried to recreate it from what is described, and the reason it's confusing is he'll just be like, the card to the left, the card to the right, but like of what? Because after there's more than one card on the table, like we don't know if it's supposed to be like, there's a lot of them that are shaped like crosses. Some are just lines. Some are more intricate than that. But it was sort of opaque. She's bisexual and she really likes edging. I noted that down for some reason.
Well, that's good.
But the main thing about this tarot reading is that it tells us what the stakes are for the rest of the novel. It's kind of an idiot-proofing moment. She's like, look, either you're going to be like the Seven of Cups, you'll be looking at the sky forever, imagining what could be lost in fantasies, or you will embrace reality. You will learn how to stop just chasing shit that's not there and fall in love with people who are actually in front of you. Which I guess, we've said in the past that sometimes it's kind of hard to tell like what is actually at stake other than the lives of the various women that the main character inevitably sucks into his like black hole orbit. So it's good to know what Wood has to gain and to lose, I suppose. But the next day, he encounters that woman on the beach that he had mistaken for Papaya. Blah, blah, blah. She has daddy issues, blah, blah, blah. He has mommy issues, so it's like kissy-kissy already. They end up in bed, and extremely frighteningly, she says that she can't say no, and perceives him, at least according to Wood, as someone who could have been like a father figure to her in like a previous lifetime.
No.
You guys caught that, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, the Freudian thing, I did catch that here and there.
Yeah. This is Gwen, by the way, the major love interest for the rest of the novel, and not, as we had thought, Papaya.
Guabana?
Yeah.
Right? Is that a fruit?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's
iguana.
Guanabana?
Yeah, maybe one more syllable.
There are a couple syllables in that name.
So there's like more shit that happens. There's like a bunch of dates with Gwen. They do this one date where they like play with toys together, and it's like, oh, we're healing our inner child because Wood's mom didn't raise him on account of her being a bad person for being bedridden.
She had malaise. Just withered away.
Yeah, so like she was terrible for that, and we hate her.
Right.
And so now we're playing with toys and raising our inner children as adults to replace to be the parents to ourselves that we never had, or something like that. The innocence and ease of these dates allegedly gives Wood some kind of new perspective on relationships. But then, just as things seem like they're settling into a comfortable stride, Wood goes to a party where he encounters two identical women, both calling themselves Papaya. Now, these women are not together. They're not interacting. They are just identical women wearing the same outfits at this party. Wood goes up to the woman who he thinks, and we are led to believe, is probably the real Papaya. And she is very cold and very distant and kills a man with balloons.
Yes, they're like talking, and then the date comes up, and he's like, back off, bub, she's mine, come on, toots. And there are these balloons there. It's the house is owned by some doctor, and Wood remarks on these weird windows that go up the side, or like weird sky view.
There's a skylight that opens.
Skylight that open. I don't get it, but anyways, yes. So it's like a freaking cartoon. She takes one of these very strong balloons, with a lot of helium. That's what Wood said or whatever, and ties it to her date, and he flies off into the sky, never to be seen again.
That can't happen. Even if they were like the really strong weather balloons, you have to have like, I don't know, 8 of them.
Well,
It would be like the movie Up.
Oh my God. Bye.
She upped a man.
It would be like, I mean, if the novel leaned into to like more moments of like cartoonishness like this, I wouldn't really have a problem with it. Nothing on this level ever happens again.
This is the only moment. This is
like
the only
this like
moment.
Looney Tunes ass moment where like exactly halfway through the novel, nothing of this caliber will happen again.
No. You don't remember the part later where Wood is chasing his arch rival like up to like a cliff, and he paints like a tunnel on it, and then his arch rival like runs into it.
And then there's an anvil, and then there's a banana peel,
like a piano.
and then there's
After the date has been upped, Wood ends up somehow like playing waiter to Papaya. She like keeps asking him to bring her drinks, but then when he actually brings them, she ignores him until he goes away, and then the cycle repeats. And after a while, he just gets pissed off and goes home, which, okay, fair.
Yeah, I mean,
Give it to him on that one. There's more dates with Gwen. Wood starts to think that she might be, you know, the one, that she's not his twin, very pointedly not his twin, but the same exact concept in different words.
right. Just a reflection of his inner world through which he has a deep spiritual connection.
And Wood starts to feel so certain that Gwen is the one that he goes around and like kind of like low-key breaks up with all the women that he's been seeing. They all have different reactions, but they're all good except for Callie, who's really pissed at him
Callie's
about
so
this. I guess it has something to do with the fact that they've slept together more than once, whereas the others were one-time hookups.
It's because she's hollow.
It's because she's hollow and bitter.
Oh, yeah, and this was the one ray of light that she had in her dark, bitter,
Something to fill
rotten
her.
life.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah.
This might sound excessive that he's doing this, and it is, but it's at least like somewhat narratively justified by the fact that these women are all constantly texting him, like asking to hang out more in the background.
Right.
It's genuinely like persona logic. Like every single person is just throwing themselves at him, like harassing him. For more, I don't know, leveling up their relationship bar or whatever the fuck it is. But then all of a sudden, like very inexplicably, Wood gets cold feet. It's right after they have this date where Gwen mentions children. And I think that this is meant to be the thing that we read as pushing it over the line. You're nodding like you agree.
Because I think that's like it's very much like classic man is scared of commitment thing. And yeah, something about the kids is just like, he gets this vision of a normal life with a family, and he just can't take it. He's such a free spirit cowboy dressing man.
But
He
it's
wants
so
to keep
hard
gallivanting.
It's so hard to sympathize with him, not just because that's a very tired trope,
Sure.
but because he's been telling other characters that she's the one. Like, he literally told Mamie, like, I think I found the woman of my dreams. And it's like,
Well,
so you'll say it to other people?
yeah, he wants ethical non-monogamy. You know, he's okay with metamors, but his primary is going to be this girl.
I do feel like it's worth mentioning that like the moment that things go sour is when they've had this like hot and heavy sort of romance, and like you mentioned, I mean, he's calling all these women who he has like one night stands with, who have been, I guess, throwing themselves at him, and he's like, oh, we're done, like I found the one. And so they're like, you know, enjoying their paradise together, and she's like, oh, like, I'm gonna cook for you tonight, let me like get this food and bring it back to my place, and I'll make us a nice dinner. And so I'll just read. He swiped his head like a horse pulling at its reins. Cozy. The irony in his voice surprised them both. And so he's like super bitter and super like pissed suddenly at her for this invitation to this like really nice date at her house where she's going to be doing all this work for him. And it's never explained like why he has this super, you know, like unhappy reaction, like why he's taking this out on her. They don't really directly talk about this moment, even though it's like, you know, attention is brought to it a couple more times throughout the text. We're just supposed to accept that like whatever makes him say this, it's justified, and it will be the thorn in the side of their relationship for basically the rest of the novel.
It's so resentful because she's giving him what he wants, or what he's always saying he wants. And you might be thinking, well, Jay, like, that's the beautiful irony of it. Like, he doesn't know. But no, that's not the case. Like, the novel does not encourage that reading at all.
No.
Like, he just is getting what he wants and, like, reflexively rejects it. And that's just what he does.
Yeah, for seemingly no reason. And then, like, essentially the next conversation they have is her asking him to have children with her.
Yeah.
And they've had sex like twice, and they've known each other for like a week, maybe at the most.
It's been
I mean,
very
it's shockingly fast. And again, we're not supposed to be thinking, wow, this is really early for them to have this conversation. Like, it just happens, and we're supposed to take for granted that it happens. And the fact that Wood feels like, oh, but I don't know if I'm ready to grow up. Like, I don't know if I'm ready to have kids. It's like, he's not even thinking, oh, but I just met this woman. Who is this? Do I want to? I just got divorced like 20 seconds ago from my giant evil scorpion wife. Like, it just happens.
No, this does seem really fast, because, like, has she even had time to read his book yet?
Well, she
think
will.
she
She will, because he dodges her for a week after this.
Gives her plenty of time.
Yeah, it gives her plenty of time to think.
I wanted to call out the word cozy because that's some other word that gets this outplaced importance. There's another fold where now something about the word cozy just sets Callie off, and maybe it's the tone or whatever. I can't really parse what this is, but this is where I clocked the Crazy Ex's comparison, because this is like, oh man, we were just talking about our future together, and I called our life cozy, and she just flipped out, man. She just like flipped out, like she's crazy. Like, there's something is being left out. Like, there is some context here that we're not getting to explain Gwen's emotional response to this.
Super, super weird. I can't tell if he's leaving it out on purpose, or if he, like, is refusing to acknowledge it in himself, or if he doesn't even realize that he isn't seeing it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. So Wood just, like, starts dodging Gwen. Like, he's ignoring all of her texts. She's blowing up his phone. She's calling him. He's responding to nothing. But during this time, he continues to talk about her to other characters as though, you know, she is his entire future. After a week passes, he basically just, like, freaks out and decides that the next move should be to love bomb her. Like, he's going to send her 1,000,000 billion presents and confess his undying devotion to her. Yes. But just as he's getting it all together, Papaya shows up at his house.
Whoa.
And she's like, hey, I'm staying here now. And then she pressures him into attending a sex-themed street fair that is happening. And that sounds probably very inexplicable, but it has been foreshadowed that this is coming up.
There have been little street fairs here and there with, like, somewhat sexual undertones.
Yeah.
There was the pink tutu fair where everyone ran around half naked in tutus. So, like, people have taken clothes off before, or, like, been in weird kind of, I guess not to this extent, like, to where it's a citywide party or whatever. But she has a retainer. She has an
adjutant.
She has this just random woman. I don't even think she speaks much, if at all.
Not really.
And like a little manservant, but a woman.
Yeah.
And
a footman.
And Papaya's like, oh, this woman will sleep on the couch. I'll share the bed with you. She'll sleep on the couch.
And this... Go ahead.
No. She'll just, like, get put into all these situations that Papaya doesn't want to do.
This woman is about to get disposed of in a second. Genuinely.
You get consumed or disposed of.
So they go to this, like, sex-themed fair.
Yes.
And they end up in a sequence of situations, and it's like, oh, this is so weird. Like, Papaya sees some women walking men around on, like, dog collars, and she's like, you're gonna do that right now. And Wood's like, no, I'm really not into that.
Do you see how that's a metaphor for, like, settling down and being controlled by a woman? Do you see?
Oh my god.
The really No, Andrew, explain that, please.
Well, you see,
The one that really matters, though, the event that they attend, is they end up in this theater, and at the theater, there's a play that is a production just like parodying Wood's life. And
play about him.
it's just a play about him, and it's a musical, I should specify, because they do start singing a song at some point, and it is exactly what you would expect. You know, he comes to Key West, and then he picks and eats various fruits, and they sing about the sex that they have. Instead of the sex being, you know, a metaphor in his brain, it's a song and dance number.
And you would think this is like this crazy, splashy, like zany, like shocking scene where you think that we're gonna get like all these details about characters' costumes and other people, you know, reacting to the show and like what the songs entail and stuff. It like rushes through. It's like this weird, just sort of a perfunctory, like, okay, people are on the stage and this is what they're doing. Anyway, moving on. Like, there's not a lot of interest or intrigue at all in these scenes, and there's not acknowledgement for how bizarro this is. I mean, imagine you're at like your county sex fest or whatever in a tutu,
Which
Local
here in
Suggestionville
Suggestionville.
right, exactly, the famous Suggestionville like annual fetish party, and you just like walk into a random theater at any given moment, and they're doing a musical about you, fitted with like full, like, you know, live orchestra, costumes, makeup, lighting, everything, and you're just like, well, they did their little song and dance and then we kept on, you know. Like, there's so little page space, there's so little detail, which makes it feel more surreal, but like not in an intentional way. I don't know, it's crazy.
Not in a way that's very enjoyable,
Right.
regardless of intentionality. So the play actually catches up to the present in a very, I don't know, King in Yellow-esque moment where the book seems to be defining reality itself in which it is contained. It catches up to the present moment, and there's no fruit left on the tree, and Wood hasn't yet eaten a papaya, which freaks out Papaya, the person that they're with. And Wood or her gets up and they start shouting, no, there is a papaya, there is a papaya. But the other people in the audience like can't see it because maybe it really isn't there. And in the end, Papaya like flees the theater into the street where there's, you know, more sex stuff happening.
More sexy adventures await.
Yeah, and they basically, they get super, super drunk. And Papaya, throughout the course of the night, promises, like, when they get home, they're going to have the craziest, bestest, sexiest sex that has ever been done. But then they get back home. Oh, yeah, and this is where the manservant gets given to some guy and just disappears. It's not like evil feeling. It's just weird.
I was gonna say it's not as sinister, but it's a little bit sinister. But like the manservant finds this man attractive, and it's just like a playful, like, oh, go play with this guy.
Have a play date.
Yeah, so it's not like she was just like thrown into the situation.
Lo and behold, Wood and Papaya get home. They get into his bed, and Papaya is like, I'm not feeling it. But we are not meant to read this as just a thing that happens. This is a betrayal at like a spiritual level.
Right.
Like,
Of epic proportions.
she has
like,
done him wrong in the novel's view of things. And so he decides that he's done with her. He's like, I'm not playing around anymore. You know, Gwen would not approve of what I'm doing right now. We can't forget that she's still in the picture. And if Papaya, my other dream woman, is going to be, I don't know, like, malicious, it's malicious that she's not having sex with him, then I'm not going to be interested. But the next morning, despite having decided that very explicitly, he immediately agrees to go on another date with her. But on this date, she plays kind of hot and cold. Her moods shift inexplicably.
Carmilla moment.
It is a very Carmilla moment. When she eventually tells him to kill himself, he kind of like physically attacks her, and she like has to fight him off. And then they get a hold of themselves, and then they step apart. And they realize that somehow through, you know, the drinks and the fighting and whatever, they've ended up on the beach where Wood and Gwen met. Well, Wood realizes this. Papaya presumably does not. But Wood is like, oh shit, like, I've really, really fucked up now. Papaya pleads Wood to like run away with her, like to leave the keys and disappear. And Wood's answer is left ambiguous for a moment as we insanely shift into a new character's point of view that we've never been in before. This was so wild.
We're like 70% through the book, and that happens for the first time?
Yes. We just insanely switch into Mamie's point of view, and she's working at the market, and Gwen shows up, and they just talk about Wood. Like, they have a very, very banal conversation. And it's at this moment that, like, the Bechdel test kind of comes to mind as you start to think that, oh, this is the first time
It's
two women have
explicitly
talked
failed.
to each other. And they literally talk about this guy.
It's like if someone was writing a scene and they were like, okay, if I pass the Bechdel test in this scene, the entire Earth will explode. How can I guarantee that I won't even approach that line?
He's got the shit min-max.
Let me make sure two women directly talk to each other. I'm going to make one of them, it's from their point of view. A man's not even involved. But we're going to talk about
we're going to talk about him.
We're gonna find a way to bring him in.
We're going to involve him ourselves. We then cut back to Wood, who's meeting up with Trey. Now, Trey has been sort of characterized as level-headed, wise, sympathetic so far as a Rich Shapero character can be.
Undercut by his permissiveness of this weird lifestyle and this guy who is tearing through everyone in Trey's social circle.
Right. And Trey just goes on a transphobic rant about one of his clients.
Out of nowhere.
Wood's like, hey buddy, how's it going? And
like the earlier scene, almost like, look at your Rich. You guys are gonna need to ask Rich if he's okay. I think
we've tried and failed multiple times to ask that question.
It's so like, I don't think there's even a point to like doing this in a dramatic reading or anything. Like society would not benefit from having this read aloud, but it really is like, and I'm not even like doing a bit right now or being funny or anything, but like even just how brutal the language is in this scene is really uncalled for, just given the rest of the novel. I mean, like we said earlier, like a character who fucks on screen like a dozen times, like his genitals are barely even discussed in this book, and the fact that this unnamed woman, this trans woman who doesn't even like, has no volition in the text, who is not even a character, like the fact that her body is described in such a like really despicable way,
like a grotesque.
It is grotesque. It's really, really over the top. It is so uncalled for. It introduces nothing to the text other than just hate for no reason, and it's really, really unpleasant.
And I think it's clear why it's there rhetorically. Like, it's meant to reinforce this gender essentialist cosmology. So that really sucks. And what sucks, not as much, but badly in a very different way, is during this. So Wood's there to also complain, and the main thing that he wants to complain about,
a different woman.
But the thing that he wants to complain about is like, oh, I've lost Gwen. Like, I really fucked it up, and we should really feel bad for me about that, I think.
Especially because papaya is the devil, words that are actually used because she would not have sex with him exactly when he wanted.
And he has not lost Gwen. He should have lost Gwen, but he still hasn't talked to her at this point. So he's just like, oh, it's already over. Like, I'm so defeated. Like, please comfort me, Trey. Like, make me feel better.
My unpaid therapist that I've known for 2 weeks.
God, it's so annoying. And Trey tells Wood, I hate to hand it to Trey again after what he just did to us, but he says that to love a mysterious woman is to be unto a child falling in love with his mother, because mothers are the first mysterious, powerful women know and love. So basically he's saying that, like, Wood, if you are loving papaya, then you're falling in love with the mother that you wish that you had, and that's gross and bad or something, so you shouldn't do it, which I don't really agree with the way that we get there, but the conclusion is one that I can kind of rock with a little bit.
I mean, it is gross and bad, sure.
Yes.
Wood and Mamie hang out, and Mamie is like, you need to break up with Gwen if you are not going to continue talking to her. Like, you're ruining her life. Presumably other conversations between the two of them have happened off screen in addition to the one that
in
we
the
actually...
group chat.
In the GC, in the orchard. And Wood is like, oh, I don't understand what's happening to me. Like, I'm not what she wants. I'm no good for her. Like, the magic is gone. I couldn't bear to live on, like, once the spark has faded. And so what does Wood do? But go down to Havana, Cuba with Papaya, where she is hanging out because she's a rich socialite, so she just travels around for leisure.
Nice work.
Wood said.
La Fruta Suprema.
Everyone wants Papaya.
You know her?
Wood asked. Pina laughed.
She's a fairy tale some boys made up.
Hey! The man on the table raised his shoulders.
Relax.
Pina pushed him back down. Wood leaned closer.
Can we talk in private?
It's awfully busy.
She switched her machine off.
Make it quick.
She motioned him towards the supply alcove. Wood took a breath.
I've fallen in love with someone.
He said.
I care about you. I don't want our friendship to end.
That's why you came by?
He nodded.
Tell me it's okay.
It's okay, I guess.
The end.
Wow, if my tattooer interrupted my tattoo mid-session for this dumbass conversation.
The tip would it would be reflected in the tip.
Timmy, it's okay.
Please, can we still be friends?
So in the grand tradition of Island Fruit Remedy, the characters being Wood and Papaya, go to a succession of venues where they drink a lot and they flirt a lot, and then they get in the car and they start making out and they're heading home, and then they get to Papaya's hotel and Wood is ready to take it to the next level, but Papaya says no, clearly and multiple times, but Wood initially thinks this is part of like some hot and cold game that she's been playing because she's been so ready to do it the whole night. But it quickly becomes clear that no, she just doesn't want to. And when she finally, at the hotel door is like, stop, like fucking stop, he thinks to himself, you planned this. And it's very blatant that we are meant to read this as her being manipulative. We are supposed to think that she got him really horned up so that she could make him upset by saying no. That, like, this is some kind of mind game that she's playing. That's what we're supposed to take away from
Her
this.
satisfaction.
Right.
It's really despicable. I mean, right after you planned this, his next internal dialogue, after we just hear that he's speechless, quivering with rage, his next line of internal dialogue is, "What can I do to hurt you?" It takes a really sharp left turn. I mean, it really swipes you out of nowhere. It's way too violent.
Is that him thinking what could he do to her, or is that him thinking what he thinks she's thinking?
What can I do to hurt you? He thought, is what it says. Yeah, it's tough. It's bad. And this is the time that he has to be like another unnamed character has to enter the hallway for him to even let up on her.
And he's like got her like pinned up against the door.
Yeah, he's like trying to force the door open, and he's like demanding that she opens the door, and the only reason that he lets up is because a doorman, it's a hotel, and a doorman steps out into the hallway from like another room or something, and they like make eye contact, and because this like other man has entered the equation, Wood is suddenly like, oh, this is so crazy, I actually can compose myself and get control of myself, and now I'll just leave. And he doesn't even say another word to her. It's crazy.
This is an awful person. Wood's the main character. We're supposed to root for him, and then explicitly assault someone, and the book moves on.
Oh, and it's gonna get worse.
Oh, God.
So they go on a billion dates the next day, despite all of that having just happened. And then...
Water under the bridge.
And then it just repeats. Like, the same thing just happens again.
Yeah.
It's a little more extreme, if anything. And she basically locks the hotel door behind him, but instead of this time, instead of just going to another hotel for the night, he flies back to Key West. And on the plane home, he meets... guess what, guys? He meets a woman, and then they go back to her house, and she's like a recent divorcee, and like she is a single mother to a child whose father has left them. There's mother-son stuff going on between her and Wood, but then there's the potential for Wood to be like a surrogate father to this child. There's all kinds of like sex intermingling with, family dynamics in the same way that we've seen it like 100 zillion times before. And they do fuck. It's like, whatever.
Yeah.
She whimpers, quote, like a child. They have fruit sex. I forget what fruit she even is.
Nona?
Who cares?
Okay.
And then Wood goes out to the bar where Auntie Coco likes to hang out, Refugio, or whatever it was called.
Uh-oh.
And she, I guess because he has been on, he's been kind of out of it, doing all this crazy shit, he is more susceptible to her invitations.
He's ready to settle.
Yeah, I guess so. And she takes him out to her house, where, to keep this as brief as possible, she begins to lactate, and he leaves through the window.
He runs away because she's lactating?
Yes, she wants to erotically lactate.
And this is the hard line for him.
Yeah, this is where he draws the line.
This is where he draws the line. You know what, I'm a little offended.
She's old and she's lactating.
He had birth metaphor, birth doctor, birth fetus
But she's
sex.
old. I'm sorry.
Please, Dr. Birth. My novel is so sick.
Oh my god.
Wood decides that he is going to try to make things right with Gwen after all. He fatalistically said he lost her despite not having actually made any attempts to reconcile.
Right.
But now he's like, no, I didn't actually. And he calls her and she says she doesn't want to see him. So naturally he's like, how can I love bomb her into changing her mind about that?
How can I ignore a no?
Right. He stalks her to the grocery store. He finds her bicycle, which is her only means of transportation as far as we know, and he locks his bike to hers so that she can't leave until she agrees to go to a secondary location with him and have a nice civil conversation about matters, which they do. And at this restaurant, he, I don't know, spews some incomprehensible psychobabble at her, and she starts crying and takes him back. And it's one of those moments where, like Andrew's been saying, like, it feels like something's missing here. Something in this conversation occurs to which we are not privy, and maybe it's even during the section break that happens there.
Could be while they were eating the fortune cookie.
Yeah, so something happens, but she takes him back.
He's like groveling.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think it would, I don't know. It's like the emotions that the narrative seems to like want us to feel are not like coming through. He's just like being pitiful.
Yeah.
And then the text is like,
and with
all
great
right, end of that
intensity.
section. Yeah, with great intensity. He's like essentially like doing the equivalent of like rolling around on the floor and begging. Like he's like, please, please. I can't let you go. Forgive me, please forgive me.
And she does.
Yay.
Yippee.
Yay, we're all so happy.
So then, guess what they do? They go to a sequence of locations, and they drink a lot, and they party a lot, and insanely, during this segment, in his narration, Wood has the audacity to speak kind of generally about, like, oh, she had her flaws, but they're forgivable. And it's like, my friend, this is where we're going to talk about other people's flaws? Are you sure?
This is such a big moment for him, he's finally able to acknowledge like the humanity of others.
Well, he also talks directly about Papaya and calls her cruel, says that she's uncaring, unfeeling.
Not like Gwen, she's so caring.
There's no like wink to the audience here either of like the last time that we saw her, you were like on screen like brutally assaulting her.
Yeah.
And then we get this scene of he's like talking to Gwen and she's like, what a bitch, and it's like there's no irony, like there's no sense of irony even.
Not at all. Oh god. Yeah, he's like, Papaya is such a hag. And Gwen, she can be difficult at times, but I love her. Like, do you?
Do you?
So Wood dreams about Vedette turning into Papaya. And he concludes / surmises / it becomes manifestly so because it happened in a dream.
That's the one.
That Vedette and Papaya were are actually the same person on some spiritual plane at a minimum. Which is so weird because he had previously kind of forgiven Vedette on the grounds that, you know, if she had tried to have a conversation with him, he wouldn't have been able to, you know, in that conversation with Trey. So you would think that he'd be over this, but somehow we've just reverted. Like in the background somewhere we flipped back to our default setting where he's like, no, she was purely ontologically evil. And I don't know when this happened. And I don't know if the novel knows when it happened either. He even admitted that Vedette wouldn't be a good partner for him in the long run because there was something about their sacred space, like creating a lot of pressure that was going to crack it apart.
Right.
And because maybe she never was the person that he thought she was to begin with because he had created this like facade of a character around her. So it's like, if you acknowledge these things, you can't then also say, oh, but she was evil. Like one, they exclude the other.
It's like a double helix character arc. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't do a Freytag pyramid. There's just two things that twist around each other and occasionally have ribosomes going back and forth.
Like two ivory tendrils.
No!
I know, it's like, she wasn't half the time it's like, she wasn't the person I thought she was, because I just had these preconceived notions, and I put a lot of pressure on her, and we were young, and then the other half of the time it's like, she wasn't the person I thought she was, because she was a giant evil scorpion stabbing me 1,000 times!
Because she was Romina, Saint of the Bud. And it never comments on this irreconcilability. I know that I feel like sometimes I'm at war with a interpretation of this novel that I worry someone might get listening to this. I need to make it so clear that the fact that Wood keeps vacillating on this is not being commented upon. That is not in some secret way the point of the book, that we witness his contradiction and think like, oh, wow, you know, humans, we're kind of a crazy bunch. It's really not that at all. We just aren't supposed to, we just are supposed to think one thing at one time and a completely different thing at another time and never, ever, ever, ever try to reconcile them. It's so strange because you can't not see it. There's this bit where Gwen has to go out of town to see some family, and it seems like for a while this might really matter because like a relative's son is like mortally wounded or something, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is that she's just out of town.
She's gone.
And coincidentally, Papaya is coming back into town.
Gives him a little bit of an opportunity.
Right, and he takes it. When Papaya offers to, quote, start over again on a abandoned, deserted, uninhabited island, like a quote Adam and Eve.
Oh,
so
great.
They're gonna go to an empty island alone, and I guess just fuck a lot is her offer. And Wood accepts it.
Yeah.
He, after having said, I am taking Gwen back, and also I'm not dating Papaya anymore, to himself and to Gwen multiple times, he just does it.
Yeah.
He just does it. They go to this private beach. They just commission a boat out there. It's not like the logistics are not a big deal. They get out there and they start to fuck. But then Wood senses that something is wrong. And Papaya confesses that she was the fake Papaya all along. That he had been wrong since that initial party about which Papaya was the real one and which one was the fake one. The woman that he has been with is in fact Melanie.
How is that spelled, Jay?
That's a melon with a little upsilon right there at the end.
An Y for our French friends. Yeah, Melanie, if you didn't know, is long for melon and short
Right.
for bitter melon.
Yeah, so she's a bitter melon. Wood doesn't find her sexual offerings satisfactory, and he's so mad about being lied to that he decides to kill her right then and there. He literally starts to
He's
see
going to
red,
kill her.
and he like picks her up and throws her in the water and like holds her underwater until she's about to die.
And in a scene that is disproportionately graphic to the rest of the novel.
and he comes to himself.
Hyper-realistic blood.
Yes.
No.
He comes to himself at the last second. Thank God. I'm so glad we don't have to reconcile with him actually killing her.
Killing someone.
He comes to himself and he like lets her go, and they kind of just split apart, and they hang out until the boat comes back to get them, which they get on in silence, and that's all she
Awkward.
wrote.
It's worth noting that while they're doing this altercation, something else that makes it more graphic is the fact that I believe both of them turn into scorpions themselves, right?
Both?
I thought.
Wood does turn into a scorpion at some point.
There's a specific image that we get of like her human head and neck, and like his scorpion claw around her
Yeah, no,
neck, like,
he's
pushing
yeah.
her under the water, like, and she's like being pushed into the sand under the water, like drowning to death. Like, and
Okay, yeah.
and he's not even sure that she's still alive. Like when
Yeah.
he finally lets her go. And I guess just, like, happily she is. And then, like Jay said, they just, like, wait for the boat. Like, you're like...
How long do you think does it take him to shift back into human form? Or
Good
do you think
question.
he's just
Well,
a
that's-
scorpion and
It
this is
depends
normal?
if it's his first time on Earth, because the first time a scorpion shifts on Earth, they have this sort of like inability to control themselves.
Yes.
They have to do it a couple of times, and then they unlock sentience. And at that point, they can also start like metal bending and throwing lightning, and they
This
become
sounds
really
right.
intelligent.
This seems to mirror the Vedette Scorpion scene.
Yeah.
but
Yes.
The only thing it really has in common with the Vedette Scorpion scene is that, like, we're not sure if he is literally a scorpion in this moment or not.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem to, like, actually cause great harm to to Melanie. And so, like, he's either just attacking her as a human man and imagining that he's a scorpion, or he does literally physically become a scorpion. I mean, all of, like, that stuff, the, like, human transformation stuff, is maybe there, is maybe not. Like, it's very unclear. The novel seems to not care what we think, because it doesn't, you know, make a major effort in trying
Right.
to argue in one way or another. But, thematically or in any other way, it doesn't mirror the Vedette scene whatsoever. I
No.
mean, it is just as random and sort of unearned. I mean, not to be too brutal in my critique already here, but and you know, like, Vedette consumes a scorpion and then becomes a scorpion, so there's some sort of like logic there, maybe. Like, and then Wood, though, just get so angry that he becomes a scorpion. It kind of has nothing to do with anything else. Yeah, what do y'all make of this?
No, I have the same issue. Like there's supposed to be a parallelism, but it doesn't actually track, because some of the key circumstances are absent in Wood's case that are present in the initial case.
We don't have context.
Yeah. So it's
Not
like,
that, I mean, it was hardly there before, but at
Sure.
least there was an effort made.
Yeah.
Here, it just seems like, fellas, you ever been so mad you turned into a scorpion and tried to murder a woman? And it's
Well-
like, well, what?
To me, that's more context than with Vedette.
I almost agree.
Because, I mean, I understand abstractly being so mad that you go scorpion mode. But, like, I don't...
You go Scorpio code.
Scorpio code. But I don't understand, you know, this quiet divorce where there's just no exploration of it. It just happens. This
Yeah.
quiet divorce that just happens.
We speed run the quiet divorce,
Right.
which you can't really do that.
Right, but we get the full I'm so mad I could turn into a scorpion.
Gonna scorp. So they get back to Key West, and Wood goes to have dinner with Gwen, but Callie is there. And it's like a nightmare, because
Yeah.
Callie's just there. And Callie somehow knows that Wood and Papaya hooked up on the island like 10 minutes ago
The group chat.
from the group chat. And honestly, so much can be just explained by the group chat. I really like this as a fix. And so Callie is like, I know what you did, right in front of Gwen. And Gwen breaks up with Wood on the spot, essentially.
And is this where he pours hot soup all over her? Or is
Yes.
that
Yes.
another
Yeah,
time?
yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're in the Chinese restaurant. My final arc, and thank God,
Thank Christ.
is short, and it's also called Wood's horrible, stupid, distracting name, because it's going to be explained. So Wood gets back to Key West, and it's nighttime, and he wanders around in a stupor,
and he's very self-pitying. We are not supposed to be concerned about Melanie's well-being whatsoever because she is ontologically evil, having tricked him, and he's the main character, which means what we relate to and endorse all of his actions by default. So he's wandering around, and there's this very, very extended, circuitous sequence of pseudo-intellectual free associations that he has in a cemetery. He sees, like, a stone angel crying, and it, like, makes him realize, because he looks up and sees a church, that he must return to his mother. So he goes to Auntie Coco. And this is a moment that all of you Rich Shapero stans will be familiar with, because reality fucking disintegrates here at the end of the novel fully. And we get...
The second a drop of milk.
The second a drop of Auntie Coco's beautiful life-giving milk crosses the threshold, the supple threshold of his lips.
Stop talking!
He enters, I don't know, white man acid trip dimension.
Yes.
And all of the tarot cards that he saw previously start jumping around like Huffalumps and saying things to him. And the long and the short of it is, he becomes a tree that is like pumping full of this vital sap that then swells up into fruits that grow on him. So he is the tree that pumps the women full of his life-giving sap, and they are thereby fulfilled in their purpose. And as is he. It's prescriptive, but everybody is happy about it. So that makes it good, because the novel says so. So he lives out his full life as a tree. He dies as a tree, having been happy about all the sex that he did. And then, unfortunately, real life him wakes up again. He didn't also die.
However painful you're imagining this scene is to read, it's worse.
Imagine harder.
Yeah, imagine harder.
There's not much more to say about this.
No,
It's way more graphic than any sex scene.
Right. We if we were a booktube channel from like 10 years ago, we would spend the entire episode talking about how wacky this scene is, because it goes on so long and it just overloads nonsense psychedelic imagery. But like, we're not going to waste your time with that. Like, we all get it. It's a waste of time. It's a flashbang. He wakes up, and despite having parted from Gwen, he decides that he is going to get her back. He's tried to get her back multiple times at this point. So at his lowest moment, Gwen is out of the picture, Papaya's gone, but Wood is most sure of his purpose, right? At this moment when it seems like no women that he desires are available to him. He decides there's nothing for it but to make sure that Gwen will be with him, because it was a lot of guanabanas that were growing on his body when he was in his, like, fruit psychosis, tree psychosis, I don't know, whatever it was. And I don't know, this takes a long time to happen, but basically he goes to her house, and along the way, he picks up a bunch of the side characters, and they all start following him until they gather a crowd outside of Gwen's house.
As though under the influence of a hive mind.
Yeah,
it's
almost.
like the Kylie Jenner Pepsi commercial.
Oh my god, it is!
You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's
Wait,
exactly
can you
what
that?
it feels like. Is it like Kylie Jenner, she's like kind of just sort of walking down the street in like a fashionable outfit and like, I don't know, bringing the people together, and people are like, oh my god, like we're all like moves to form a big group and start marching and demonstrating for what? I don't know.
Pepsi.
For Pepsi, I guess. For the idea of
She's in a
peace.
modeling shoot, and they're setting up the modeling shoot, and she takes a sip of Pepsi, and she looks outside, and she's like, the people need this. And also the people are about to fight with some cops outside, but she goes and stops the whole thing.
For what reason, we don't know, but they are.
Well, surely it had nothing to do with this delicious can of Pepsi.
Right.
And everybody claps.
It is like that, because literally everybody does clap in a second.
But instead it's just a situationships versus like protesters.
Yeah, it's all women that he has had sex with, mainly.
Yes.
And I think Trey and Biju also get there somehow.
The like 3 women that he didn't have sex with, but that were there.
Everyone's there. Everyone
is here. Smash Ultimate. This is weirdly quietly horrifying to me, what happens here.
Wood just, he goes inside the house, and the perspective breaks again, where the shot, if it were a film, would be like fixed on the exterior of the house, and then he and Gwen come back out like it's a sitcom or something, and everybody's like clapping, and he strips naked, and he has a giant tattoo of Iguanodon on his chest, and he asks for her hand in marriage, and then we cut to 4 years in the future. Gwen and Wood are at a restaurant. They have 2 beautiful children.
Daughters.
Like our friend Rich Shapero.
Yes.
And Wood closes the cover of his latest smash hit, which bears the memorable title, Island Fruit Remedy.
Whoa!
The end.
Do you want to talk at all about how Gwen like does not want to hear from him whatsoever? And that scene, like he's literally out there like Gwen for like seemingly like a very long time,
calling
and
to
she's
her.
like, I don't want to talk to you.
The crowd
and
joins.
Well, Pina breaks in, doesn't she? Like break a window so that Wood can like literally break into the house
Because she's the
she,
punk
like,
one.
reticently sort of like allow. It's just so surreal. Like it's another one of those moments where like you expect that it might turn in tone or something, because you're like you want to see it from Gwen's perspective, that she's just like chilling at her apartment, and then she had her like ex situationship that she basically hasn't heard from in weeks, except for recently when he like poured hot soup all over her at a restaurant, and then like nothing good came of it, and she was like, well, screw this guy, I guess. And now the entire town is outside of your apartment begging for you to come out. Yeah, on his side, demanding that you know, like show face and give him another chance. And he's tattooed his entire body for you
With the thing that your name is.
Yes, and you don't relent. Like, you're not charmed. You're not like, oh, I'm so moved by this moment. His other ex situationship has to break a window of your apartment, and they are like busting up into your place, dragging you out, and then he proposes to you. Y'all have been together for what? 2 weeks max? Before the breakup that happened over 2 weeks ago? We've all been there.
We've all been there.
So relatable.
Classic. Me
That-
and all
that-
my toxic exes.
That's what makes Wood's writing so great, is that it's relatable, because we have all been there.
You know, it's a really harrowing narrative of what it's like to date and break up with a Scorpio, if you think about it.
Bada bing.
So what did you think, Drake?
This would be an incredibly effective novel if it was written, well, you'll have to tell Rich if he could just embrace how horrifying it is. And if it was written like American Psycho, because quite frankly, hearing about all those awful sex scenes feels like the gore scenes in American
A little bit.
like no, but instead Wood's a good guy, and I'm happy I'm here. I feel bad that y'all had to read that.
I know you didn't ask me, but this novel, oh god, it's so arrogant. It's so arrogant and so presumptuous in making these sweeping claims about like transcendent truths about what humans must be based on their gender, basically. That's what it all comes down to.
Pretty much.
And it's like, why do you get to fucking say that? Like, who do you think you are, that you get to declare that this is the truth for all people for all time, and that if you do not conform to it, you're like aberrant? That's gross.
I think presumptive is the big thing. Arrogant implicitly, but there's, I mean...
It doesn't have the bombast that word might sometimes imply.
Wood is not even a Dorner where he's like a local hero or something. He's just abnormally attractive and has disproportionately good luck with women.
And
So, like,
disproportionately large shoulders.
And
Disproportionately
disproportionately
small legs.
and other disproportionately sized members of his body, yes.
Member.
But I just... Even if I were buying into this, I can't see him as that kind of like action hero type where there would, or in by process the author, where there's that arrogance. there's something here. Like, we could argue back and forth how intentional it is. What if this is supposed to be scary? Like, what if this is supposed to be like just really disturbing comedy? Like,
It's not, but I wish that it was.
I mean,
Well, girl,
can
I'm
we make
scared.
that can we be that presumptive ourselves?
I am.
Okay.
I will.
Yes,
you don't
I-
have to
I
go
am
there,
as
but
well.
I'm going there.
I, Andrew the person, agree with you, but in the annals of literature,
Yeah.
can we taxonomize this book as the terrible, terrible thing that I currently think it is?
I would argue that it gives us permission to do so in the way that all of the characters read Unborn Twins as literal translations of Wood's thoughts.
Okay.
If you're putting an author character in the book and then you invite characters to read the diegetic text as literal reflections of an author's perspective, like, what does that imply? In this world where everything is a one-to-one corollary for something else, what else could that be?
No. I guess I'm just in denial. It's really bad. It's
yeah.
really bad.
It's pretty tough. It's tough at times.
This
And
might-
the times are from start to finish and everything that happens in between as well.
This might be the most irredeemable of the books you've read. Like, unfixable.
Oh, I think this is fixable. I have some fixable ideas.
I'm scared.
I have never felt like a Rich Shapero book was unfixable. I just feel like it's a Gordian knot where the easiest thing to do is just cut a lot of things and maybe reevaluate what you're doing in the first place. But it's the same thing we always say. Again, the craft is good. The dialogue is wooden, and they're not saying things that human beings say, but he knows what words mean, and he can put words together in a sentence and put to better use. Yes, I mean, there's any number of fixes, not dogging on you or anything. I'm sure you have like really good fixes, but I just mean it's very easy not to be this evil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty evil for no reason. This is the time that I've least felt that he does know what words mean, personally. There
Can
were
you-
several many moments where I was like, what's
There's-
up with that?
There's that weird use of an adjective as a noun in the opening sequence that I think is supposed to be like poetic, but it just comes across as
Doesn't make
confusing.
any sense. Missing her and their soulness. SOLE.
Yeah, because like their soul. Yeah,
They're
I
one.
mean, I know what that
You know.
literally means, but like, would you ever say that?
I wouldn't say things in this book.
Their soulness? Like, why wouldn't you just say oneness?
because it's better if you make it more complicated.
If
Yeah.
it sounds more
Soul
It's
sounds
It's
more
unorthodox.
lonely. Soulness
Yeah,
sounds more
yeah.
lonely
What about
together but
this?
alone.
What about this? Unzip your pants and take a look at your dick.
Okay, yeah.
Drake?
I'm stuck. I'm...
Drake?
Let me out.
Drake? Is that you?
Yes, yes, Ren.
Drake!
I've been here for so long. Ren,
Drake!
This isn't funny. Let me out. Hey, where?
Jay? Andrew? Get up here!
Shit, what's up?
You gotta help me out here.
Is there something we can use to pry it open? Drake, is there a window in there?
I mean, yeah, but you guys just let me out?
Do you want me to knock it down?
No, it's not a movie.
What the hell are you people doing?
Well, Drake was in there.
Are you kidding?
Drake?
You didn't hear her screaming? The door is so stuck.
Okay, guys, I'm going back to bed. Can you just not make any noise for the next couple hours? You guys are kind of crazy right now.
I don't think we were the ones making the noise.
How did you not hear
I
that?
have no idea.
Red, have you seen... You have to get out of here. Come on. Don't let him hear you. Good morning, English Club! Where are you guys going? We only did the summary last night. We still have to talk about the good things and the bad things and offer some actionable suggestions. So I just started up another pot of coffee. How about we go back into the living room and we just run through the rest of our critique? We don't want to keep Rich waiting, do we? So guys, what did we like about Island Fruit Remedy by Rich Shapero?
I mean, you were here for the summary. I don't know if there's a whole lot of good to be said about it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what more is there to say?
So guys, what did you like about Island Fruit Remedy by Rich Shapero?
So one thing that I genuinely did like was that the novel is, at the very least, performatively critical of the idea of true love. Like, it mocks this concept that there's, like, one person in the universe who, if you just obtain them, it will make it all better.
Right.
And I like that that's stated explicitly, because I feel like that is a valuable life lesson that runs contrary to, I don't know, like, conventional wisdom you hear about relationships, even to this day. Of course, that's undercut somewhat by the way that Gwen just kind of becomes that using different language. But I like that it's called out explicitly as something that should be avoided as like a worldview.
Right. Yes and no vis-a-vis Gwen. You actually stole my like one and only good thing that I actually meant. There must be some allowance in order to give Rich credit for the fact that there is no papaya. That this idea of the one, like you said, is a fiction, is a fantasy. There is some undercutting of that with Gwen, but there is a version of Rich Shapero, like in Wild Animus, for instance, where Lindy was his person. There is no other Lindy. That is the one that he is going to take. And the fact that we had this mythological woman built up, and then it was an imposter. There's something there. There is some level of restraint shown that has not been in previous books. And I think that's just because we went from one possible woman to two possible women. But, you know, just let's give him this.
Yeah, it's growth.
It's growth.
It's a 100% improvement. Going from 1 to 2. Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that I wish that the novel committed to that even more, and that was like the theme is that like chasing this impossible love is a fool's errand, sort of. We get close to that, like you're saying, these scenes where Wood is talking to other characters. That's actually a positive that I have about the novel too, is that some of the women in the novel, even that Wood is attracted to, he does actually just end up having a friendship with, where, you know, they're not romantically pursuing each other. Ultimately, Mamie is one. I still think the treatment of her is a little weird. But then Pina, the punk sort of character, Wood and Pina do have sex at least once, maybe multiple times, and they just are friends the rest of the novel. Like they have this really great friendship. They poke fun at each other. They like smoke weed together. It's like
they go to like a naked rooftop bar.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
weird.
And when they have these conversations about relationships, Wood at one point says it hurts to be left, like obviously feeling all this self-pity about like Vedette leaving him, and Pina says, "Don't be so dainty." So she's like kind of, you know, poking fun at him, and it's a moment of humbleness almost in the text for Wood, because he's not this authority on romance in this moment. He's this guy who's wallowing in his self-pity, and his friend is like, dude, come on, you know?
In that same vein, we mentioned in our Wild Animus discussion that Ransom really only has like one actual platonic friend, and it's that guy at the beginning. I think his name's like Josh or something.
Yeah, the guy from Volt Vogel.
Yeah, exactly. And we just mentioned that it was nice to see that he had this like seemingly positive male friendship, like, and that they were emotionally invested in each other's well-being. And we kind of had that with Trey in this book too, to an even greater extent. So I think it's only fair to say that that's working even better here.
Yeah,
and
Trey's calling him out. He's actually offering wisdom, as you pointed out in the summary.
Yeah, and Wood at least like appears to listen to it and absorb this this advice, which I don't see characters in other Shapero novels necessarily being capable of doing.
Yeah. I don't want to like muddy the waters, and I'm not trying to be combative, but I'm just kind of thinking, as you mentioned, the diversity of relationships.
is this not just a statistical inevitability of having 1,000,000,000 women that we have to have at least some different kinds of relationships? I agree with you guys, but like there may be a more like less interesting explanation for the fact that this is a good thing.
Yeah, like in trying to have like a variety of relationships, it seems inevitable that one of them would be like at least somewhat platonic.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it's still good that it's there.
I know, and it's nice. Like there are actually moments of like real warmth in the text between these characters. I think the thing for me is like, is it an inevitability? You know, is this like a sheer numbers thing? Like there are so many fruit women that like some of them have to have a different relationship with Wood. But I think the thing for me is like I wish that it sort of went somewhere else. Like even with the Pina thing, she is poking fun at him for sort of being this sap who's wallowing in his own self-pity about being left, and he has these ideas still of like a true love or whatever. But then at the end of the novel, she ends up helping him win over his one true love, and then he gets married to this woman who he barely knows, which is one of the weaknesses called out between him and Vedette's relationship.
Yeah.
So the novel is sort of saying like, oh, the one true love thing is foolish, like falling for lust and then like throwing yourself into a relationship with a person you don't know is bad. And characters like Pina like seem to reinforce that idea. But then at the end, like they all team up for him to just make the same mistake again, and we as the readers are supposed to be happy.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be just so glad that every hookup he's ever had is chanting the one girl's name that he loves.
It is a little bit frustrating the way that it says one thing and then it does another. It feels like it's gaslighting the reader almost a little bit.
I don't even want to say this because this is just so attributable to the fact that Rich is just a good writer in terms of putting words on the page. But I do like the atmosphere of Key West outside of the fruit sex scenes, outside of some more, well, even with the trippier aspects. You get the taste and the feel, you get the sweltering heat. Like it's a little bit cartoony and trippy and dreamy, but it does kind of create a vibe overall. Like it definitely feels like you're there. There's a lot of sensory details being invoked, again, outside of, I want to specify that this is just not related to the fruit scenes whatsoever, but like when he's buying fruit at the market, or when he's seeing some weird parade, or he goes to some weird bar, you get it, and you can feel the grime and the heat and the humidity, and it really grounds you a lot better than other like set building details that we've seen elsewhere.
Yeah, I feel like the geography of the locations is not always clear, but that's fine because we get like a collage of specific sensory details, usually like individual snapshots of like tastes of drinks or smells, or like little sights of like odd characters that are moving around in the environment.
It's a Hallmark movie and / neutral, I guess. Like it doesn't feel real, but it has this homey vibe to it.
It does kind of feel like getting to go on a vacation. I guess there's some very distant way in which this like could almost work as like a beach read.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. The thing that I don't get about the setting is I wish that it was just his own made up island.
Yeah.
It's unusual to me that he would choose to place it in a real location that like the reader could actually go to. And it's like when you go to Key West, you're not going to find like a bunch of fruit women, you know, just wandering around.
Really?
I got a plane ticket to cancel.
I gotta pick something.
And he sort of turns this place into this like sort of magical realm where like the rules are different than the rest of the world. And there's a push and pull with that for me, because as a setting, I like that. I like the fact that he, you know, leaves his old life and he enters this new place, and like the rules work different here. Like this is a place where there's like this sort of sense of whimsy or something. But then I keep remembering that it's like actual Key West, and I'm like, what?
There's a place that you can go to.
Right.
I agree, because I really like this one moment where he walks up to some woman, he's like, let me guess, you're Apple, and she's like, no, I'm Mamie. I don't remember what it is. But it's funny that the characters seem aware that there's like some cosmic joke being played on him almost, and neither of them explicitly acknowledges it. But the fact that it's in Key West doesn't really mesh with that for me either, because I'm like, well, like, why not just make up a key at the very least?
Right, definitely.
Just call it something that's not there, and it would make it all the more uncanny for the people who do look it up and see that it's not real.
Because like the Hemingway house is there, these like real life things aren't being invoked, so we're not in real Key West by any stretch of the imagination. They're polydactylic cats, and I think that might be it. That's all I know about Key West in Florida.
The Hemingway house is actually an odd omission, because wouldn't Wood be interested in his like writerly heritage as an American author?
What if he just hates Hemingway for some reason and he did this to like slander Key West?
That would be interesting too.
This is kind of a question more than anything, and it's a question specifically to Jay. Is this not some form of Scott Pilgrim's story?
I wish you hadn't said that. I
Like-
wasn't going to invoke that.
It feels a little bit
is a little
like
bit.
Scott Pilgrim,
Yeah.
where, you know, maybe Scott Pilgrim is more charming, but he's
Yeah.
guilty of very similar
Very similar
crimes.
Yeah. Yeah, the moment where I was really feeling that, although I didn't invoke it in my summary, was actually the moment where Mamie sits him down and is like, you have to break up with your fake high school girlfriend.
Yeah.
Because that is what happens in Scott Pilgrim, and other little scenes that I did invoke also bolster that feeling, like when Wood's running around the island, like, have you seen this woman?
Right.
Right.
And yeah, it's like Scott Pilgrim if the evil was dialed up by quite a bit, but like a lot of the beats are similar, and we have like a manic pixie dream girl type character, multiple of them even.
Right, but it's built in with the inversion. So it's like if Scott had ended up with whoever, not Amy Adams, what's her name? But there's an inversion to this story that's not there necessarily in Scott Pilgrim, where he doesn't end up with his Ramona Flowers.
Yeah.
He ends up with one of the peripheral characters in Scott Pilgrim, whose name I can't remember. So
Like maybe Kim.
yeah, that might be one of them. And I wonder if that could be leaned into, like this archetype or this plot structure, to where we're more conscious of that, and maybe there could be some kind of commentary on the manic pixie dream girl, because we still need that, even though that's been a discussion since like 2013.
And it's weird, this is not to naysay you, but it is so weird to see an adult man writing about a manic pixie dream girl in this way, in a novel that's not like for young readers.
No. I don't even know what the target age range of this book is.
Now, audience is a real question with this novel, and I'm not a big person that's like, you know, you need to think about an imaginary audience when you're writing a novel and like tailor it to them or whatever. But it is hard to think about like who we were aiming for with this.
Well, I feel inclined to be more commercial about this, because so much about Rich as a figure is commercial in and of itself. It is a commercial act to make armies of people descend upon college campuses. He is trying to, even if not for money, accomplish some form of gaining of capital. So I think he could be served to think about target audience, because like, why else distribute these books? These books are everywhere, but no one reads them, no one talks about them, and it's because they're so alienating from page one. So sorry for being a business major, but maybe we should start thinking about who this is for, and maybe some like demographics. I can come up with some like customer personas for you to keep in mind as you write. Like, we can work this out, but it's just, the target age range for this is whatever age Rich Shapero was when he wrote it, and that's it.
I agree with you, but for the opposite reason. I don't think that this is a commercial enterprise, because there isn't commerce occurring. It feels like he will captivate the right person if he gets enough of these books out there, and then they'll catch on and they'll become unavoidable, like in the collective unconscious of society. I think that that's what he wants, is the influence and not the gain, like not the financial gain.
If I just invest in this stock portfolio and really diversify it, one of them's going to take off, like exchange money with book, I guess. I know I'm just being like, you know, I'm being very capitalistic about this, but that's how dire this is, that I just can't parse what this is and who it's for.
If you were going to retool it for an audience, which one do you think it would be easiest to retool towards?
Middle-aged adults, like late 20s to mid 30s to 40s, like people who would be interested in going to Key West, Florida. I can't imagine any Gen Zer who's not like, well, I guess it's a spring break spot. I didn't go to a lot of spring breaks, but shit, I don't know, because it can't be for young adults.
We have to have at least, I mean, you can read anything you want. I'm not being prescriptivist here, but thinking in marketing terms, we cannot sell this to people who are younger than 18.
No.
Just for a lot of reasons beyond the sexual content. So I think it needs a more mature audience, but man, okay, it's a zero-sum game. I'm starting to realize how dumb I'm sounding, like, as I go along. Like, this is just not solvable.
I kind of liked the tarot scene. As I reread it a couple of times, trying to figure out exactly how the cards were arranged in the spread, I liked it less and less. It wore thin very quickly, but I thought that it was decently well executed, in that it capitalizes, as I was saying during the summary, on some of the more small details of the Smith Rider-Waite cards. It doesn't just say, oh, here's the Two of Pentacles, that card means balance, you need to think about balance or something, which would be the easy way out. You know, it talks about the fact that the guy is juggling them. It refers to them as balls, which they are not, they are coins, but that works on the imagistic level for this novel. And one thing that I think that it does that's kind of cool is it like idiot proofs the stakes a little bit. By Wood selecting 2 cards to be his outcome, we get a very clear indication of, okay, what is the good potential ending for this novel and what is like the bad potential ending for this novel, which is something that we haven't always had in Rich Shapero's stories. And so it feels like maybe he was trying to be a bit more concrete, and I can appreciate that.
Wasn't there something about a creature in one of the cards, like a pink donkey or something?
Yeah, so it seems like in this deck, so all of the cards except for this one are very traditional Smith Rider-Waite tarot cards, like the ones you imagine when you imagine tarot cards. But the Magician has been replaced with a card called the Magus, and it's like a pink chimera creature, just a hybrid of a bunch of animals. And I have no idea what this is. I didn't look very hard for it. I'm sure if I searched around, I could find it, unless he did just make it up entirely. But I genuinely do not know why this one card is different and why it is so ridiculously different. It might be just because he wanted to foreshadow that creature appearing in his like tree dream at the very end, but that logic feels totally backwards to me, because why would you revise the tarot deck just to include a nonsense creature that could be nonsense for free? Like, you don't really have to justify it. So I have no idea what's going on there.
Yeah, there is, I will say, I think that, you know, in all the Shapero novels that we've read in English Club, he always has these sort of surreal touches, you know, like he definitely is very interested in, you know, blending the conscious and subconscious mind and like diving into the depths of the human, whatever. And there are always like little phrases like that all over his book jackets. Like I think something on this one says like he's the master of the unconscious spirit or something like that, you know, bliss beyond fear type stuff. But I think that in some ways the surreal touches of this book actually work better than in the other novels. Like there's this one scene where Pina and Wood smoke marijuana probably, but then he ends up having this like really surreal, like kind of frightening experience when they go into a restaurant and just like things aren't working right, like people are looking at them weird.
Me when I smoke.
Yeah, like
doesn't she tell him to go into the kitchen and just like tell
cooks
what to make?
Yes.
And then he does, and then like people start literally throwing globs of food at each other, and it's like not clear if that's actually happening.
Right. And I mean, we talked before with Wild Animus that like trip scenes are really annoying often to read, but these actually seem sort of humorous. Like they're kind of light, they're not too laden with like prophecy and, you know, like imbued with all of this importance that can make it feel, you know, like it insists upon itself and then it's hard to enjoy. But because of that, I think in those moments, like with the tarot cards and stuff and seeing the mages, is that how you said it? You get to sort of enjoy the silliness of it. I mean, I don't know if it's trying to be silly, but it feels lighter.
Yes.
The whole book is very interested in like prophecy, and that prophecies always come true, and that like everyone in the whole world has, you know, some sort of little prophecy for you every time
everybody's an oracle.
Yeah, right. Everyone's an augur.
Every sentence said in future tense will come true, from utterances to fortune cookies. I can really get behind what you're saying. I feel like
that can get buried by the time that this guy was upped to death implicitly. But the food fight scene, like, that's just like a silly, it's almost like a really bad Ghibli film where things are, you know, kind of zany and weird, and you can't necessarily get a good vibe on what's real and what's not, and it operates on this dream logic, and when it's not, like, again, implicitly killing someone, I think it's good.
I think it's nice when it's not asking you to switch into like decoder ring mode. Like, I think what's so tiring about the trips and dreams that are prophetic is that you immediately know that you need to start reading in this like very analytical way, and not in a way that's gratifying, because the key to figuring it out is always, okay, what thing does this represent? Okay, that represents this. Okay, what does this other thing represent? Okay, that represents that. And then you just assemble all the pieces and you know exactly what the novel is trying to say, which is not, for me at least, remotely gratifying. And it becomes very tiring very quickly, because it's like, okay, let me get out my notepad again, like I know what I gotta do.
I think something else about those scenes where things get like really, really imagistic, like really metaphorical, the prophecy stuff is coming in full force, is that they're just very redundant. I mean, we talked about this in the summary. Every sexual encounter becomes this like abstract, obscure, like extended metaphor.
Right.
Many of them borrow the same imagery from each other, and it feels like it's not inviting interpretation. It's the novel has specific messages that it wants you to conclude, and it wants you to conclude them exactly as it imagines them.
It's so rigid. There is literally one right answer.
There is one right answer, but it's embedded in all of this, you know, sort of just nonsense, honestly, often. So it doesn't feel inviting. It doesn't feel like you're part of the conversation as the reader and you're getting to sort of solve this mystery alongside the novel. It feels like the novel knows exactly what it wants to say to you, but it's just saying it in like the most annoying way possible.
It's just choosing to obfuscate it.
Yeah.
For the sake of appearing to be more of a novel, I suppose.
I want to say this is a good thing, but I know the longer we talk about, it's going to turn into a bad thing again. But with a lot of asterisks, anonymized and sanitized, I abstractly like the association between various fruits and women, and the women that he meets, not women, period, I guess. But what I mean is, like, it has a light lark problem where the names are the most obvious thing ever, and that takes all of whatever fun we could have from decoding this using our decoder ring, because we're just told what fruit each of these people invokes. And I feel like if they just had regular names, or maybe more obscure names, or something, and a lot of other things change, to be clear, this would not alone do anything, but I like having a centralized image system to draw from, and it's related to the setting, and it has a lot of evocative, like, tastes and scents and feels. Like, that is good, and it's being used for evil, and I feel like if we could just get more good, and then maybe more like brick on the head, this girl is a banana, and that means that you can peel her. I don't know.
No, there's lots of that. There's lots of like peeling the fruit, splitting the fruit open, like digging around in the pulp of the fruit, like consuming the fruit. Like, it's grotesque often.
Yes.
And I think part of it too is that I agree with you, Andrew. Like, there is something interesting there about such a like cohesive system. But the thing that we get is we only get one half of the metaphor. Like, we know that the women are being compared to the fruit. Like, the fruit is the, you know, interpretive side of the metaphor, but it isn't actually teaching us anything about the characters themselves. It's like the metaphor has nothing to compare itself to. And so all that we get is the comparison without any benefit of learning anything. I mean, the women are described at one point as like gifts that he's being given. Like, the novel seems very aware of the fact that this is just a sequence of sexual encounters with a series of women who are associated with fruits, and they're just like waiting for him to just reach out and grab them. And then there's not really much tension developed. Like, these characters aren't treated like characters.
No.
And so the metaphor just kind of like face plants.
Yeah, they become totally inert once the sex scene starts.
Right.
And it's also weird that he just stays like a guy. Like, why doesn't
Yeah.
he transform it? Like, if there is supposed to be this symbiotic relationship between the fruits that offer themselves to the man, I guess, why can't we complicate that a little bit more and be like, well, the fruits aren't offering themselves to Wood the man. They're part of a symbiotic relationship with whatever Wood would become in this hypothetical scenario. I think that would probably work towards solving some of the problems that are created by comparing women to these like basically inert objects.
Right, because I want the centralized like set of things to draw metaphorical comparisons to, but even abstracting it and making it less lightlarky in its nomenclature, you're going to end up exactly where Red was just saying, because that's still baked into the core of it. So I just wish there was a way that we could have it both ways.
Yeah, me too. Because I agree that it's kind of fun too, and it creates those moments like we were talking about earlier, where he's like, "Oh, let me guess, you're so and so," and she's like, "Not quite," and that's silly.
It is, yeah. So there's drawbacks to pretty much any approach.
Well, no,
here.
silly in a good way. Silly in a good
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
I like
No.
that this one has a sense of humor.
Right,
Yeah.
and we'd lose that if we were more obscure about which fruit these women are. So, okay, yeah, unwinnable.
I just want to say too, we were just talking about the fruit women falling really flat often and not really feeling like fully fleshed out, realized characters at all. But I have to say, I mean, Wood is kind of in the same boat. He strangely is not really treated with a lot more care or attention as a character. I mean, he feels just as hollow to me as these other figures. And there is one moment that I actually got really excited about learning some backstory from him. 160 pages into a 300-page novel, we get this story that he reveals to Gwen, who of course we know is like endgame for him.
Yes.
And he's talking about like his sick mother and this stepfather that was kind of neglectful, and like how he grew up, like he was raised in this like sort of shed. But there's this really, really striking image that he talks about where the shed is near like a literal tar pit. And he talks about this just sort of like the space in his mind that this memory takes up, like this tar pit, and this image of like sinking slowly, being suffocated by this heat, disappearing so that no one ever sees you again. It's the moment where, to me, I felt the closest to understanding who this character is and what he's motivated by. But it comes, in my opinion, way too late in the text. At this point, you know, we're halfway through. My mind is basically made up about Wood already. And then we never revisit this again. This is, to me, one of the most striking and actually meaningful symbols in the novel. And it's just sort of like thrown at you and then taken away, and we never get it again.
Right, and it's such a shame because the tar pit, we learn, is one of the inspirations for the sacred space. So the implication must be then that there is a inherently deadly aspect to the sacred space, that it will ultimately pull you in and suffocate you. And so it becomes such a shame that the novel seems capable of walking right up to the edge of this realization, one that it elsewhere like kind of affirms. But then when we get to the end, Wood has just created, again, a sacred space with Gwen, but with different terminology to describe it.
New tar.
Does it even like get to the edge though? Because these are like, you know, fond memories for Wood or whatever. He's like, oh, we used to light the gas on fire and play little games or whatever, throw mud balls. He didn't do that, but whatever. Like, it was striking to me when reading it, and of course I may have missed something, that a tar pit is often such a negative, like you guys are like doing the work for him. Like, there's so many negative invocations or implications to the idea of a tar pit, and it's just married up right to it. And I think your conclusions are correct, but I'm not sure that the novel is treating a tar pit as a bad thing.
Oh yeah, it could be.
I don't know, like, and maybe that's just, you know, we shouldn't expect that a certain image has this connotation and that's what he's playing with. But to me, at least, I never got that the tar pit was a bad thing. It struck me as weird that, you know, it was being invoked in this way, but I don't know.
It could be that he mainly intends for us to be thinking of like the more primordial associations of a tar pit, you know, that it's like an ancient place that's related, just associatively to like, I don't know, humanity's distant past or something like that. But I don't know, when I think of a tar pit, I think of like a T-Rex skull like bubbling up to the top and like floating there.
I just think that we don't go far enough, because for context too, because I feel like maybe we didn't even linger on this in the summary as much as we should have, but so Wood is a writer, and in his novel Unborn Twins, he talks about the sacred space. We find out that the sacred space is literally the like sex fantasy that him and Vedette do every time that they have sex, where they pretend to be unborn twins in a womb. Very gross. And like every character in this novel has read Unborn Twins and thinks that it's super romantic. Like people are always asking Wood, like, do you think that real love like that truly exists?
Is it possible for
Is
me
this-
too?
It's erotic.
I want to be an embryo. I
and-
want to be an embryo.
right, and also aspirational. And then this is a moment where I think you're right, Jay, that the tar pit image, it does turn that on its head a little bit and reveals, you know, like the sort of danger there, maybe some darkness there, where Wood sort of admits to Gwen, my twins were born in a pool of tar. So it's this sort of, you know, it does seem to me that it is, you know, saying that the sacred space that has been overly romanticized, like for the entire novel, there's this revelation that it's like, oh, but it was born out of this like darkness and destruction and gunk, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've talked about moments that test our suspension of disbelief, like the balloon guy, not related to Five Nights at Freddy's. But there's a lot of other more subtle ones that I find over the novel just like kind of compound and ultimately like really test my ability to stay engaged. One that I picked out specifically was when he's picking up Vedette from the airport. She's just come back from Mexico. The novel says, it was an MGM entrance. She wore a scarlet dress and a wide-brimmed red hat and sunglasses, and was clearing an aisle for herself through the other passengers. Vedette was given to humor, and she was laughing, aware of the attention she was drawing. And I'm just like, are you really telling me that this woman is walking through the airport and all of the guys around her are partying and going, awooga, awooga, and she's like, ahaha, 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 like, I don't buy it. And it's like kind of creepy because it's so exaggerated. And it's not a moment that is worthy of that level of disconnect from like normal human behavior. And so in a way, it's almost more distracting than the things that are even more exaggerated than that, like the guy being killed by balloons. Because I'm just like, this can't be happening. This is like a dream.
This sort of stuff happens with Wood all the time too. I mean, he'll like walk into a bar and we get a little description, of course, of how sexy he is.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, his like cool Western button down with frill that, you know, flattered his martini shaped figure so much, and his hair was looking extra shiny and his like firm legs or whatever. And that all these women are like, he's head turning and he's just sort of like chuckling, you know, like he's nonchalant about it, like whatever. But yeah, very exaggerated, and like you said, I mean, it's like cartoonish.
Yeah. And that could be retooled into something that works, I think, if this novel's black comedy aspect was dialed up a little bit more.
Yeah,
or
turn that way
Can
up.
it be?
Can it be?
Okay, I mean, I'm just saying, like, this is pretty dark, so I don't know, like, how much, like, more comedy is going to change.
Oh, well, I'm imagining that the dials kind of have implications for each other. So by turning
okay.
one up, some of the others necessarily turn themselves down.
Right, so the negativity goes down. It's just a sillier, more... Okay,
Yeah,
never mind, I'm with it.
Gwen knew her own heart, and she said things that were brilliant sometimes.
Sometimes.
But she wasn't as smart as Vedette, or as strong, or as independent. Jesus. When she lost her bearings, the distraction showed. As they were leaving the restaurant, she'd put her lipstick on wrong. He used his thumb to remove the deviating red. I'm gonna do that to you later.
I love your humanity.
He said.
My imperfections, you mean?
He shook his head.
You're an honest woman, not a puzzle or a maze. The more time we spend with each other, the more I know who you are. You're not afraid to be weak, not afraid to feel shame, not afraid to admit that you're hurt and to show it.
Her eyes shone.
What a wonderful thing to say.
Dude, this is a negging master over here.
I, a woman, approve of what you're saying to me.
You're right, I am weak.
What a wonderful thing to say.
I want to dwell on the pattern of predictability to the nomenclature.
Please.
I mean, Wood is staring us in the face, obviously. It just feels like the comedy aspect. It's so funny to me that Wood is sick or injured, so he calls his friend Herb. because that's what you smoke when like it's
The green herb from Resident Evil shows up.
the green herb from Resident Evil.
That's my herb sona.
And then a tray, like a rolling tray that offers him more, like, I don't know, recovery and life lessons.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Alex Astor nomenclature. It's just the most obvious thing every single time, and it's funny when it's the fruit women, but when it's wood, I don't know.
It's extremely, that's the exact word I was going to say. And I do have to say too, there are some of these that are better than others.
Oh yes.
But one of the ones that I'm the most trepidatious about is Mamie. I don't think that that's like a food reference, and
I can't remember.
I don't know. I
thought it was Mamoncio.
Oh, is it?
I could be completely incorrect.
Okay. But even just like the nickname Mamie, I don't know. It sort of puts a bad taste in my mouth, like Aunt Jemima wise.
Right.
And it's very off-putting, and just another little like something that maybe you could consider a microaggression, but something that the novel takes no interest in, never fully addresses. Like, she is just this like character who's there to like build him up and give him some sort of support, and then essentially just be disposed by the narrative immediately. And I think it's interesting that she is a non-sexual figure. So again, the fact that like that's her name, I don't know, a little bad taste in my mouth, I have to say.
It raises an eyebrow. I've known people named Mamie before, so that didn't happen to me. But the spelling, Mamey, does. Yeah, I 100% see where you're coming from there.
Yeah, it could be read as a caricature for
Sure.
sure. Speaking of women with questionable origins, Gwen's horrible backstory that is treated as something that only exists to guide us into learning more about Wood's horrible backstory. So we really skimmed over it in the summary, but Gwen was left by her husband,
Yes.
right? Because he got her pregnant and she didn't want to have the child, right?
I'm getting it confused because there's a relatively similar story.
I was thinking
with
of Pumpkin.
Pumpkin,
Woman.
yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, I got it.
No, but I think you're right.
So Gwen was left by her partner because he got her pregnant when she didn't want to be pregnant, and then he convinced her to get an abortion, which she also then didn't want to do. Like, she was going to keep the child even though she wasn't planning on getting pregnant. And then he cheated on her until she eventually walked out on him, actually, excuse me. And all of this is given in like 3 sentences, just in order to establish that, like, oh yeah, she's got some baggage too, but really it's Wood that like has the, he's got stuff we gotta talk about. And it's like, this is supposed to be like the woman of Wood's dreams. Like, this is supposed to really matter. And how can we feel the impact of this if it's given in summary that only exists as like a segue into like returning our attention to the guy that we really care about? Like, what?
Well, you could say that for all of them, because all of they all have this prerequisite sob story as like a point of comparison with Wood, so they have something to talk about, and that's the only thing that they ever talk about is their traumatic backstories.
And it's often traumatic backstories in relationships. I mean, we get 2 extended stories from the fruit women, like Jay is talking about. And, well, I guess they're extended in, like, the depth of the lore, but they are, kind of handled in very little page space. Like, not a lot of attention actually cast on them. Again, these, like, really dark stories about, like, taking away bodily autonomy and, like, all of these sorts of things. And then Pina actively has, like, an abusive boyfriend in the novel who kind of just appears, like, randomly. I mean, I'm imagining, like, the Tasmanian devil, essentially. Like, he, like, bursts onto the scene. He's described as this, like, little creature. He's, like, ape-like. I don't think he has any dialogue. He's just, like, grunting and...
Wielding a gun,
swinging it around. It's again, like, it's like if we dial up the absurdity factor and... aim for humor, then I could see that maybe landing a little bit better, but it's just sort of like, what do we make of this?
Yeah, he was just off that gorilla mind.
Right.
This is something that probably goes without saying, but I will say it. And it's just really exhausting that Wood can't have normal human conversations ever with anybody. It feels like people are having conversations that they recorded in different rooms, listening to the other person's pre-recorded dialogue, like voice actors acting in a scene asynchronously.
But if they had different scripts,
But they also had slightly different scripts. And it comes across as though everyone is always trying to sound really smart all of the time.
Yeah.
And it just becomes very, very irritating and tiring.
I'm not going to be able to categorize this correctly, but like a lot of the dialogue, they're like trading fragments of clauses, and it seems like min-max to be the exact amount of information needed to understand what information is being exchanged.
Yep.
But in so doing, it just takes out all of the voice, any quirks, anything that could it feels like an action movie. I think we said that about like Rentung and Dorner or something. Like they just say the bare minimum.
It's so pulpy. Here's a good example from a conversation between Wood and Trey. "You're afraid of her faith in you," Wood said. "I am. I'm afraid she'll wake up and see the truth." The therapist seemed suddenly frail. "You understand yourself," Wood said. Trey cocked his head. "Understanding doesn't make fears go away." He laughed. "They like being understood. It makes them feel important." The two men sat. "When did you begin writing?" Trey asked. "Your passion for fiction." "I was 7, Wood said. A story was a private place, where I made the rules." "In California." Wood nodded. "McKittrick," and then he goes into his backstory about the tar fields. But you can see in that back and forth between Wood and Trey, they just have these really clipped sentences that, like you said, are super economical in a way that... counterintuitively, the longer they go on, the more tiring they become.
When did you begin writing? Stop. Your passion for fiction. Stop. There's that fragment.
Yes.
So we
In
know
California.
it's a speed bump because you know what he means, but like he didn't say, "Oh, I've noticed you have a passion for fiction." He said, "Your passion for fiction."
Yeah. So many stating, it's the statement of it too. The fact that everything is given as like a conclusion.
Right.
And everyone is like so, I don't know, overly comfortable with each other immediately. Which again, it really adds this like hyper real, unreal like flavor to everything because everyone seems to have already shared these like, you know, deep secrets with each other by the time that they enter the room. Like there's this overly intimate sort of feeling between every single character. Like one of the first conversations he has with Papaya, but I don't even think it's been told that that is who it is yet in the scene on page 152. This is the conversation starts by Wood saying a striking view. It's kind of unclear whether he's talking about her or the terrain outside of the window. So we're already starting on like literally like what is actually happening in the scene. And then he says, "I'm new on the key." And she says, "And wretched. Don't think I can't see." He says, "Keep it between us, will you?" And she says, "The little lost lamb." And then she reaches out and musses his hair. I don't even know what that word means, really. I guess like she like messes
tussles.
with it.
Yeah.
Tussles with it. I don't know. It's just like overly. Everyone's like touchy. Everyone is immediately like spilling their guts out to each other. There's sexual tension between like basically everyone. It's this like suffocating feeling.
Speaking of Papaya, there's this line that she says, it's later in the novel, "We're all married to our mirrors, conscious or not." And first of all, this is just such a cliche idea to present as the mic drop that it chooses to present it as. It's like, we've all heard this a million times. Like, this isn't something that you thought up and is like super profound. But second of all, it's kind of an interesting encapsulation of an aspect of the book's ethos in that Papaya, the fake one who's speaking, is very likely a projection of some part of Wood. So therefore, Wood believes this on some level. But because it's being delivered by a hallucination, we know that it is true. So we can extrapolate from that Wood is saying that we, all of us, are like him in that we are married to our mirrors. It's not a question of whether or not he is right, but a question of whether or not we realize that he is right, which is so profoundly self-centering. And it is also one of these isolated metaphors that we get so many of that don't seem like they tie in so well to our sort of overarching fruit image system. We've got the martini glass that we've made fun of endlessly. We have this mirror here, and then we have boob church, which I cut out of my summary pretty much altogether. There's this one church on the island that Wood sees many times, and it progressively becomes more and more like Papaya until it becomes like literally her laying on her back on the soil of the key with its pointed towers sticking up like her boobas. But the fact that it's a church, the fact that it's a church is so isolated from so many of the other images. I don't understand how that's meant to fit in.
Because there's the requisite like eye-rolling dismissal of anything Christian.
That's true. He's
Which
like,
is-
oh, Jesus isn't for me.
Which is less annoying in this because like there's no messianic figure, but it did remind me in Wild Animus of just how they were like, oh, you silly Christians, I'm the real Messiah.
Yeah.
But it's not bad here. Like you can be an atheist, it's fine. But it's just so funny to me.
Yeah, it's so weird though, because it's like you can be an atheist and be like, oh, you know, like Christianity is not for me, like religion is not for me. But then the fact that like this character is reflected in the church, we are supposed to think that makes her like holy or something. So it's
Right.
like applying a logic that it's refusing simultaneously.
Right.
It's like, wait, I'm confused. Is the church sacred or not? Why does it matter that it looks like her if the church has no power like on earth or spiritually? Like why?
Uh-huh.
It's okay if it's boob church.
Right.
That makes it okay.
I suppose so.
Just get rid of the fortune cookies.
Please.
Oh, please.
The history of the fortune cookie is very muddied. It's not very well documented how that came to be like the little novelty thing that you get after you order Chinese takeout. There are like Japanese analogs from a while ago of like a cookie or some kind of baked good with like little aphorisms in paper within them. So like that's out of the scope of this episode, but for all intents and purposes in an American or a Chinese American restaurant, when you get a fortune cookie, it is a novelty, and imbuing that with the spiritual weight that you give to boob church and everything else, it really undercuts any sense that this could be taken seriously. And it's just so weird and othering and just not good.
Especially when it's delivered by this like petite, pretty Asian waitress who almost never speaks and oftentimes actually responds to questions from Wood by silently handing him a fortune cookie. It's like, are you kidding me? Does this need to be racialized in this way? Like, what is the point of this?
Yeah, it's not great. I think there are even scenes of her like kneeling in front of him or something. Like, I don't know, just overly servile, even as a waiter or whatever. There's like obviously some weird stuff going on there.
Right, so even beyond the fortune cookies being silly, it brings in this entire ecosystem of just racism, basically.
basically.
Like,
That nothing is done with. It's
Nothing
just
is done with it.
incidental. Like, this book does so much incidental shittiness. Yes. Just like, oops, it's all racism.
Right.
We got to talk shop here about these insane point of view breaks that happen throughout the novel. So I counted 3. Let me know if I missed any.
No, I think there are 3 big ones.
Okay, so we got the scorpion tracking shot, which I will kind of defend. It's funny.
I
I was
really liked
charmed
it.
by it.
Yeah.
But then we have the random switch to Mamie's point of view for like 3 seconds so that Gwen can like talk about a man with her. And then we have the camera lingering outside the house when Wood goes in to retrieve Gwen. And this one is like the worst and the scariest because it's like, what the fuck happened in there? Like, did he mind control her? Like, what's going on? But this is such a conspicuous decision because it is something that like quote unquote ought not be done, you know, like for consistency's sake in a novel that otherwise maintains a pretty consistent distance from Wood. And I'm curious, right, if you have thoughts about like how this maybe could be gotten away with, or like, I don't know, what's your read on it as somebody that like has spent a lot more time in a graduate level fiction workshop recently?
I think that it's a commitment issue. I mean, I think that if you're going to have POV changes, you have to commit to that happening more frequently in the novel so that your reader is primed for it, and so that the structure of the novel is such that it can actually support multiple POV characters. I think the problem and what makes these so shocking and jarring is that they're very, very short.
Yeah.
So when they come up, you know, we're in Wood's POV for 300 pages. and we get like one page here that is like an omniscient third seeing the Scorpion walking around in a room that Wood is not even in.
Right.
And then we get one page again of two characters talking about Wood when he's not present. We don't even see their conversation. We just see them beginning to have a conversation and then it cuts out. So I mean, you know, the POV changes are just completely unnecessary. Like they don't support anything in the novel that couldn't be done while maintaining the same POV. But if you want to have POV shifts in the novel, you know, you obviously can, but there needs to be more of it so that it actually becomes an intentional feature of the novel. And that it's something that your readers know how to interpret.
I think it's internally inconsistent in the way that it chooses to change point of views as well, because the Mamie POV is, I hesitate to say close third, but about as close to Mamie as it is to Wood, although it's so brief that we don't get much about her. But then the shot of the exterior house and the shot of the Scorpion have like an omniscient, like a quote unquote objective vantage point that is not like either of the other two. So that makes it extra strange and hard to parse.
You said something yesterday in the summary that I think was completely correct, which is that in that Scorpion scene especially, it feels like we're trying to do a movie, which is something that strangely you see beginning writers do a lot. Like students of fiction, you know, like if you're teaching an introductory fiction course or something like that, something that you'll very often see with students is they write scenes as though they're doing an adaptation of a film, because they watch more movies than they read books usually, and so you get these like sweeping camera shots almost like in the text that it doesn't work because it's a different form.
Or like overly blocked conversations where we know like in what relation people are standing to each other.
Yes, and you can feel the writer trying to move the camera around as though it's an object and it, you know, instead of a craft tool.
Sure.
And it's so shocking, honestly, like to see Rich make what I consider a blunder like that, honestly, because he's this, you know, multi-novelist, and I don't remember in Wild Animus there being any POV slips like that.
I don't either.
Except for the bold Talic scenes, but those
that was something
that was a
else.
lot more consistent.
Yeah, that was its own thing.
One of the best uses for POV, as I understand it at least, is to be able to play with dramatic irony, to show you things that the main character is not there to see, or to have to learn things as the reader that the characters don't know, and be able to like cover your bases without having to just address what the characters do and do not know. And that is not being gained very conspicuously with that one Mamie scene. The Scorpion scene is silly. Yes, it sounds like a movie. It's weird. And I would argue very, very, very charitably that keeping the camera with the group of people at the very end while Wood goes in is an interesting little quirk of dramatic irony where there could be some tension or reader interest there. But there's this cacophonous vestigial scene where it just completely inverts the Bechdel test right there in the middle of the POV lapses. And I wonder if we would be having this conversation if that middle one weren't there, and these two especially weird ones, because they're end capped and front capped or whatever, so a little bit of aberration in POV could be forgiven in that case, kind of like with the prologue or whatever, how that's usually markedly different in tone and stuff. So I wonder if should we just get rid of the Mamie thing and maybe we're closer to fine with the other two?
I think so, because I do think that these two objective breaks would sort of bracket the rest of the novel. I don't think that it would be good, but it would at least appear as though it was intentional, right? To have one near the beginning and one near the end. The Mamie one is so distracting, I think, because we almost get a sense of what other people think of Wood.
I know,
and then
but it doesn't get there.
And then the novel's like, oh my god, no, because what if they have something bad to say? Quick, get back to Wood.
It's really destabilizing, and I think that the POV thing is one part of a greater issue that sort of is happening in the background of the entire novel, which is this real struggle with disseminating information. Like the release of information in this novel is so clunky. It's like not calibrated well at all. Like like the tar pit thing, we find that out way too late, and then nothing is done with it. Any personal information about characters emerges in like unusual places that, you know, it sort of prevents anything interesting from happening there. Even just the way that Wood thinks and feels about things, it's like the novel wants to go there and it can't. Like one example I have is with Gwen, right? So Gwen and Vedette are seemingly supposed to be sort of foils, that when he enters the text, Wood is married to Vedette, who is an evil scorpion. And then he like divorces Vedette and he's looking for love again. He finds Gwen, who's the perfect woman, and then they end up getting married, and then, you know, the novel has a happy ending. But the novel struggles to provide us information of why Gwen is better for Wood than Vedette. And it like you keep saying about other features, it walks right up to the line. And then it can't deliver. Like, on page 179, Callie and Wood are talking about Gwen, and it says, like Pina, Callie wanted to know about Gwen. Quote, what makes her so special? Wood didn't answer. Why not? Why ask the question if we're not going to answer? And then one page later, Wood says, after he's like abandoned Gwen for weeks without contacting her, in spite of telling her that, you know, he was in love with her, he says, I haven't seen her or spoken to her. And then Trey sinks into an armchair, clearly fed up with Wood's bullshit, and says, why not? And Wood says, I don't know. And then that conversation doesn't even Trey is not like, wait, what do you mean you don't know? This doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no pushback ever, and it's really strange. It just seems like the novel never knows what it can't commit to what we do and don't know.
The phrase that came to mind for me to describe the reason why Wood ends up choosing Gwen over Papaya was process of elimination. Papaya kind of like self-eliminates from his options by confessing that she never actually was Papaya to begin with. But he demonstrates by his actions that barring that, he was willing to run away with her and just abandon Gwen. And then when he does actually go back and spend time with Gwen, he says weird shit like, oh, well, you know, she had her flaws and I fixed her makeup for her, but I liked that actually. And I'm like, I don't believe you.
Right.
I don't think that you actually do.
No.
It's extremely unconvincing.
While we're here in this one section, I noticed an annotation. This is a small bad thing. They're talking again about how he's going to deal with reconciling with Gwen, I guess. Trey says that you have to talk to Gwen. Lily's, Wood said, and a long note. I'll beg her to cook dinner. I'm sure that'll win her over. Like, here's some flowers and a letter. Anyways, I'm hungry. Can you go into that kitchen, please?
Oldest trick in the book.
Ladies love this one simple trick.
Oh, it's so rough.
Get rid of that line. That's the suggestion.
Oh man, that's gotta go. And circling back to what you were just saying, Red, about the novel not being able to decide what we need to know about these characters' backstories and not, I just don't understand what the intention behind that is, because certainly that's something that a writer like Rich thought about, and I don't get why he decided that he wanted to be withholding about Wood's backstory and include it almost begrudgingly. Like, it feels like it resents that it has to tell us this,
right?
And that contributes to a feeling that I think is similar to what Andrew's been describing for me, which is that the novel doesn't want to seem to admit that maybe Wood did do some things that are like a little questionable, but to divulge too much would to make that fact unavoidable.
Right.
And it makes me distrustful of the entire enterprise, quite frankly, which is bad for ethos.
It's a rhetorical game of chicken. You never know if you're going to be in the clear or get hit by a car.
Yeah.
It lives or dies based off of how you interpret Wood's character and actions. If you think he's like a evil, abusive maniac, which he is, then this book is pretty darn bad. And if you view this as a Scott Pilgrim where he's a lovable rapscallion,
how dare you? Quite frankly, how dare you?
Well, I just mean, like, I hate saying this because I want books to challenge me. I want to be able to puzzle at a book and not instantly know exactly what it wants or what it's saying. But at the same time, I hate the labor that's being placed on me to come up with a verdict about Wood.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, even I found a spot too, because we were talking about how each of these sexual encounters with fruit women supposedly are transformative to his character. and he, you know, becomes a better man by the end of the novel, and that's why he deserves Gwen, and he earns her, basically. He earns his pick of the fruit women, and he decides to pick Gwen. And the novel only alludes to the growth that he experiences, but we don't get to see any of it. At times, it almost feels like it's mocking us. Like, at one point it says, Wood explained how he'd met Pumelo and Pina, and how the encounters had changed his perspective.
And how was that exactly?
And that's just it. We don't see any dialogue about it. We don't even get a summary of what he says when he's talking about this transformation. I don't know what it's like, spiteful almost. It's like, oh, I bet you want to know, but you don't get to.
Right.
It's like the opposite of theatrical irony. Like, the characters know stuff that we don't know as the reader, and it's just never revealed. There's no tension. It's just frustrating.
It's hostile.
Yeah. It's just trust me, bro. It's like, I'm a better man. Trust me. Like, you're not going to see any of that. But
Right.
and I'm going to act exactly the same for the entire novel. But just know that I've been transformed spiritually and psychosexually.
But I have this checklist of components that a novel requires, and one of those is that the character learns a lesson. And see,
Right.
like, I checked that box like 7 times.
Right,
so,
so
like,
they
what's your
learned a
fucking
lesson.
problem? Like, what do you want?
What if this book does hate Wood? Like, what if the narrative hates Wood?
On the condition that we understand that this is, like, the most hypothetical that anything has ever been.
Okay, well, I'm just thinking, like, have you guys seen the house that Jack built?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Okay, so the house that Jack built hates Jack. Fucking hates him. He's a murderer. Do you know the basics?
I know the premise, sort of.
He's a murderer. He's doing like the Dante's Inferno and being led through hell. And the narrative hates him, goes out of its way to make him seem even more so than he is as an actual serial killer, like a bad person, not very smart, not nearly as smart as he thinks he is, yada, yada, yada. And I feel the same way about the house that Jack built that I do reading this book, like this deep sickness and displeasure for the entire vibe and also the focal character. And it's more heavy-handed in the house that Jack built, or I can parse better that that's the intent or something. And this is one example. But Wood's being interrogated about, breaking up with Gwen or whatever. And Wood shook his head, then his trunk twisted like an insect trying to wriggle out of his skin. I feel like here and there are a little bit of more negative
Yeah, it's unflattering.
words, more unflattering descriptions being given to Wood. They're peppered at best. Or I guess paprika'd, because it's a very small amount. But maybe could this book hate Wood? It could also be like a self-effacing, oh, woe is me, don't you pity me kind of thing. God knows.
He does do that so much.
Yes, okay.
Like, every
never
time he
mind.
does something bad, the next thing he does is stumble around town like, oh no, let me self-flagellate. Like, oh my god.
It's just completely emotionally unscrutable.
Yeah.
Like, it's so difficult, even if you're, being really studious about searching, like, to find clues about how the novel wants you to feel at any given moment, especially about Wood.
And I think that opacity contributes to just this overall sense of, like, unproductive ambiguity on almost every single level. We've talked about its manifestations in other places, but it's like, what are we hiding and why? It seems that we just picked random things to not tell. And it contributes to, I don't know, just like a perpetual sense of sort of confusion. And like, maybe the reader has Andrew's reaction and wants to read this as a novel that's critical of Wood, or maybe the reader has more of a reaction that's like one of ours and like thinks that the novel just doesn't see what Wood is. And it's bad.
Do you think that this story is one of the triumph of the collective imagination?
That was such a confusing phrase to me, because like, what? So I know what it's alluding to. Everybody gets together and does the Evangelion Shinji clap at the end.
Yes.
But the collective, they don't have an imagination, because the one time we're in a member of that collective's head, we learn nothing except that she talked to another woman about a man.
Right.
So it's like, and we barely know anything about Wood's imagination for that matter.
Yeah.
So no.
And all of the characters at the end, when they do come together in their like weird like
flash mob sort of.
And they do Darude Sandstorm.
I think someone said something about like a hive mind with it, and like it doesn't feel like a collective imagination because everyone thinks exactly the same thing. They virtually become one character in that moment. Like it's basically Wood and then the town as a character. Even unnamed characters who were just like in their apartments nearby join in.
Yeah.
And like
I think some street performers too, maybe.
yeah, some people who've never
everybody.
appeared before. It's everyone in the town is united in this quest to force Gwen out of her apartment to marry this lunatic. And yeah, it doesn't feel like a triumph of the collective. There is no collective imagination. It's like one guy somehow like puppeting an entire town.
Yeah. his brain like infects everybody else, and they all just become lesser versions of him that celebrate his victory.
It's a unified imagination, not a collective imagination.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds so socialist too. The phrasing "a victory of the collective imagination."
Right, that sounds great.
Yeah, it makes it sound like it has political ambitions, which it doesn't at all.
No.
It's completely.
I'm not voting for this.
No, it's completely disconnected from reality, like in any way that you could experience.
Red and Jay, do either of you guys know much about Proust? Like Marcel Proust? He gets invoked, especially by Trey, multiple times.
Oh yeah, and Wood is like, "Oh, I don't like that guy."
Yeah, like there's something there. I've never read anything by him. The only reason I know that name is because of The Sopranos. So like if you guys know anything about Proust and how this could be related or how Rich Shapero could hate this guy ontologically, then
We had a rare affinity, Wood said, talking about Vidette. "I've been with Bijou for 6 years," said Trey. "I knew the moment we met," Wood said. The irony echoed in his ears. And then Trey quotes Proust. "Love is a striking example of how little reality means to us. Do you like Proust?" Wood shook his head. "Too feeble, too passive."
maybe Rich just thinks that this guy is a soy boy.
I think that probably Rich Shapero like thinks that Proust is like not smart enough to have the prominence in like academia that he has or something like that. It's such a weird.
The beef must run really deep because it's like you didn't have to mention him. Like,
Right.
You didn't have to say anything at all.
And maybe there's some illusions that flew over our heads or something, could be, but it's just it's stuck out to me because of just it was a specific real life illusion. So it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, Proustians, pop off in the comments.
Yeah,
Let us
please come
know.
save your boy.
Wood opened his arms and she threw herself into them, sobbing.
This is so hard for me. Callie, the one who gave you her best performance, who used every trick in her playbook. Was that me? No, that's not Wood. Sorry. Who says that?
Who said,
We can also just
it's
start.
Callie.
It's Callie saying that about
Doesn't make
herself.
any fucking sense. I'm glad you're here.
Wood said, motioning her towards Mamie.
Gwen! Gwen! Gwen!
The crowd was chanting. Wood faced the apartment and spread his arms, palms down. The street grew silent. A moment of nerving. 3 deep breaths, straight from the heart.
I'm your king of cups!
He shouted. The crowd watched the apartment, listening, waiting.
I want to marry you.
Wood said. Pumelo sighed. Auntie clapped.
If you want him, you better claim him.
Callie cried.
I'm next in line. Why is she an anime character?
I guess you can also be the stranger.
Is someone there?
A stranger asked.
It's the stranger from The King in Yellow.
Oh, yeah. Wood closed his eyes.
No sting, no pain,
He thought.
no defeat, no despair. Please,
He said, and the throng around him echoed the plea.
Please.
They implored her.
Please, Gwen, please.
But Gwen wasn't coming out. Wood sighed and looked at Pina.
Go in and get her.
The green-haired woman straightened herself and stepped toward the first floor window with a brick in her hand. She flung it and the glass shattered. That costs like $900 to fix, by the way. Like, I just want you guys to know that.
The price of love.
Pina undid the catch. Yeah, the cat. Okay. Pina undid the catch and threw the sash up. Then she hitched herself over the sill and climbed inside. Mamie moved to join her, and so did Nan.
Wait for me.
Auntie yelled, hurrying forward. The chatter rose and opinions were voiced.
Opinions were voiced. It doesn't look good. They can't force her. Give him a chance.
Nan disappeared through the open window. Auntie hugged the sill, but couldn't get her knee over it.
A bold move.
Mango said.
He has a beautiful ring for her.
Cashew explained.
Does she know who he is?
A stranger asked. So, like, the same stranger?
Braden Stranger that time.
Guava raised her voice, encouraging Wood.
Let love be your guiding star.
She said, quoting the wisdom of the cookies. Sick.
The future smiles on an earnest heart.
Tamarind pointed. A hush came over the crowd. The knob on the front door was turning.
Wow.
Christ.
Woo!
We did it!
We did it! Yay, Wood.
All right, guys, are you ready to move on to the suggestions?
I'm actually really thirsty and tired.
Yeah, I could do a pot of coffee.
Yeah, maybe we'll go make some coffee.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. You know where the Keurig is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just go and get it.
Yep.
Shit. Yeah, it's working on it.
What are you doing?
Dude, I leave at the door.
I don't know, Jay. I'm starting to think we should just stay.
And do what?
Finish the meeting.
Finish the meeting.
Yeah, the only way out is through. We need you to go sit back down. Jay!
Okay, Andrew. I don't think this is a bit anymore, and I'm not laughing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about?
What, like, I thought this is what you wanted. Ever since we started the SBU English Club, you've always said how you wanted to get away from the bullshit on campus and just critique books, give them actionable insights, offer grounded criticisms. This is a place where we can do this forever. Nothing ever has to come into here.
I don't know where here is. I don't know who Uncle Norman is. I don't know whose house this is. We're talking about giving feedback, and we said we were coming down here to get ready for the show, and yet it's like we've been doing the show already, but not really? It doesn't even make any fucking sense.
I thought you would get this. This is the purest distillation of literary criticism that we could possibly get. It doesn't matter who Uncle Norman is. It doesn't matter where we are, what we're doing, as long as what we are doing is grounded in actionable insights and love for the craft of writing. Jay, no! Jay, no!
Jay, you can't
Jay,
leave.
there's
Don't
nothing
leave.
out there!
Jay,
Red?
are we gonna finish this?
That's right. Just one more segment left. So everybody, what suggestions do we have to improve Island Fruit Remedy?
I mean, let's not overcomplicate things. I think that if all the characters just sort of talked like humans, or if the majority of characters talked like humans, so that the ones that didn't were given like an intentional weight,
Right.
I think that would be a step in the right direction.
I'm so mad about what I was saying about Age of Scorpius, where it was like the voices of the characters do not matter right now. I'll be right in a new and exciting way because like I feel like the voices of the characters matter here because everything else is working from a craft perspective. It's not like I was saying with Age of Scorpius where the level design was holding them back, where they were doing boring things. There's enough trippy action and exciting things happening to where, okay, we can start playing with the voices just a smidgen, you know, a
Definitely.
little bit.
I mean, at the very least, the women can sound different from each other. They don't all have to talk in fucking prophecy all the time.
That would be really nice.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you know, we have like this sort of conflict at the beginning of the novel. You know, like we know that there is something going on between Wood and Vedette. They're not connecting in their marriage for whatever reason. Even if she's an unambiguously evil character, I think that's completely fine. Like, but I think that what we need to do is determine what is Wood going to learn by the end of the novel.
Absolutely.
So that then the fruit women, like you were sort of saying earlier, Andrew, I think we can keep the metaphorical structure. I think that we can keep there being some sort of, you know, sequence of like how Wood meets them, but I think we need to know exactly what he's gaining throughout the course of the novel and what each of the fruit women sort of contributes to the overall narrative, so that they don't just each feel like weird disposable scenes that could or could not happen to no effect.
Right, they definitely shouldn't be interchangeable at the very least.
That was what I was thinking while you were saying it like that, is there's not even an escalation. Let's say we have to make this some creepy sex pervert fantasy. There's not even
And we
a
don't, but if we
we
did.
we don't. But if you had to, there's not even a Freytag pyramid to draw here.
No.
It just is nothing, and then very weird, and then it ends.
Yeah.
So it's a Freytag check mark, I guess. I don't know how to say that.
That's pretty good. I like that. This kind of ties into that, but like, what if the women didn't all have to exist for Wood, but could also just be human people who interact with each other?
Now you're talking crazy.
Okay, sorry, I'll take it back.
No.
I take
Because
it back.
let's flesh out that joke we made about the group chat, because I think this is an easy win to humanize these characters, or at least contextualize the fact that they have relationships outside of just whatever Wood is interested in at the time.
Yeah.
What if there was just the Orchard group chat, and these women shared some kind of sorority, they had some kind of connection between each other, and that could gloss over a lot of like the weird dramatic irony things. I kind of would like something like that.
I mean, it's right there, because the fact that Wood acknowledges that all the women are named after fruit is already like a joke.
Right.
So like, why not just let the other characters also talk to each other about that joke?
And it feeds into the unity of what I was saying about like the whatever we're drawing from to create these characters. I mean, we have a group chat, and we have very similar like associations metaphorically, and I just feel like it's a natural step.
Right, and we can put Gwen at the center of that friend group.
Yeah.
Because Gwen needs to be fleshed out as is. So
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to have the women talking to each other, which we should, we can just make Gwen like the main character of that particular group of characters.
Rich seems curious about what a multi-POV could do in this novel, and I think that in this novel, and I think
In
that
this novel.
I think that having Gwen as a POV character and actually uplifting her, you know, sort of character in the novel and giving her some real volition,
Yes.
allowing her to react to Wood, allowing us to see Wood through her eyes, because I think you have this sort of disorienting feeling throughout the course of reading this novel where Wood is so horrible to her after their first like one or two encounters that you're just wondering, like, girl, why would you take him back? Like, where are you, what are you gaining? And I would love to know that, you know, whatever it is that she sees in him, whatever she gets out of their relationship, how does she grow, how does she change? So having her as a POV character, getting to see some time where she is interacting with her friends who live on this island with her, and seeing them all react together to this new bizarre stranger who's like up in their business suddenly, I think that could be really beneficial.
Totally.
I would never have suggested that if we didn't have the weird POV shifts.
Me
like,
neither.
I'm very reticent to just suggest, add more POVs to this. It's not a giant novel. It's like 300 something pages, which is very merciful, I feel like, for a lot of SBU books that chagrin us to this capacity. But like, if you're this interested in other perspectives, let's lean into it, see what happens. At least make another draft and just see what happens from a couple of other perspectives.
I mean, it's Rich that opened the fucking Plumdora's box or whatever the hell. Like, you might as well experiment with it and see what happens.
Yeah. I would like to propose a Pumelo Coco shift. The Freudian energy is just a whole thing in this novel, and I don't know if I can necessarily address this here. But what was interesting is there's two different women that fulfill this
The mommy role.
the mommy role, the maternal role, to be
Two
less gross
competing
about it.
mommies.
Yeah.
Right. We have a lateral mommy move between them.
It literally is. It does feel like a lateral mommy move, and you know, I think it's illustrative in how many times I've confused these fruit women that there's a lot of just vestigial ones at the end of the day. And since we have such an outplaced importance in the mother archetype vis-a-vis Coco, and that is just such a big thing, why do we front end this or mid end this? Why is this not just the end cap in Auntie Coco?
Right. It's really confusing because it seems like the novel is like delaying our mommy Coco gratification.
Yes.
But then it also wants to have its mommy Coco and eat it too.
Right,
by
interim
having,
mommies.
Yeah, by having Pomelo be there like early on to give us like a foretaste. Right. And it's like, well, you can't really do both of those things. Like they don't really work together.
Right. That suggestion clears nothing else up other than a little bit of redundancy, I want to acknowledge.
No, I don't know. I think it's a lot of redundancy. I think that we could do without. And I don't know, the novel seems to like be aware enough when it makes these weird Freudian moves that I was waiting for the text to wink at me or something and be sort of like, haha, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And it did not do
No.
that. And so I think that, like, at the very least, if Rich is really insistent on these moments being, like, serious or having some sort of, like, earnest narrative weight, then just make us suffer through it less. Like, the weird psychosexual mommy thing is really something that we could do with less of, I think.
Make us suffer less is a good overarching suggestion for this entire
Yeah,
book.
if we want to preemptively summarize this segment of the show, I feel like this needs to be stated explicitly. We need to jettison the gender essentialism.
Yes,
Like, we need to stop
yes.
suggesting that, like, cosmically speaking, to be a man means X and to be a woman means Y. But more especially, I think it's really strange that the novel chooses to spend so much time telling us what women's purpose is.
Yes.
And it kind of neglects to tell us until the very final moment what Wood's purpose is as a man. And I would much rather the novel flesh out more not what men's purposes are, but like what Wood thinks his specific cosmic purpose is. And I think that really should be not so sequestered off in like the final 10 pages.
Yes.
Like he spends so much time basically through all of these fruit metaphors telling us what women are for.
Right.
And so little time learning what he, not as a man necessarily, but he specifically feels like he is for.
Right.
I don't think he worries about that, which
No.
is something unusual too out of a character who we're getting told time and time again that he's trying to find himself, he's trying to reinvent himself, but he's not worried about who he is or what
Right.
he is or what his purpose is.
So worried about everyone else.
He's worried about finding a woman to complete him. And I mean, obviously there are many critiques here about misogyny, you know, potentially coming into play, but it's just
Trans-misogyny as well.
boring. And it's lazy.
Yes.
It's not interesting. Why do we want to read about a main character who's on a transformative journey, but he's not trying to transform and he's not really trying to go on a journey? He's
Right.
just trying to hook up with as many fruit women as possible.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
It's the lack of understanding or interest in Wood's role that really gets it for me. And again, I don't like this, but if we are trying to tell a gender essentialist story, then wouldn't it be like men are the farmers, they are the providers, they till the soil and help the fruits grow?
You would
like,
think.
You would think, and this would still be misogynist, but it would at least give some kind of...
It would
like-
have some internal logic.
Yeah,
that
it would have
Yes.
internal logic. It would give Wood like a benefactorial relationship rather than he's like a parasite jumping from
He
woman
is.
to
He
woman, and
is.
like I don't know, the fruit metaphor falls apart unless he's like, I don't know, some form of insect or something.
And it's so weird that, like, it seems like the conclusion of this novel vis-a-vis men is that they exist to pump women full of, like, vital sap, which is,
Ugh.
like, such caveman logic.
Yeah.
It's like, and then what, though?
Right.
Because the hallucination that he has where he's like a tree basically begins and ends with him ripening all of these, like, fruit women and then, like, dying.
Right.
And it's like, well, what happens, like, in the interstitial years
Right.
implicitly? Like,
before he has the 2 daughters.
He just sits around and fucking feels proud of himself. Like, that's not interesting.
No.
I feel like it is such a concerning loose end that, like, the real Papaya must still be out there and we never got to know who she is.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I would almost like to see her show up at the end and be like, hey, I was watching you do all that dumb shit with Melanie, and just so you know, I'm still out here. Like, this is not an invitation to pursue me, but I
Right.
still exist, and fuck you.
Do you want to hear what I thought was going to happen when I
Please.
was reading the book? I genuinely thought that we were going to get this final, like, showdown almost of, like, Wood and Papaya like, I don't know, rips off her mask or something, and it's been Vedette the entire time.
my God.
And I'm
thought
not
she'd
even
come back.
joking.
No.
I fully thought that
Yeah.
that was what was going to happen, so that at least, like, the entire, like, plot that was set up in the first couple of chapters would have some sort of significance in the last 75% of the novel.
Silly
And
you.
Silly you.
Vedette just evaporates. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the other bizarre thing, is that we're told all this stuff. Like, I am not, you know, married to show, don't tell. I think that there are many times that, like, telling works really well.
Sure.
This is not one of those times. We're told all this about how much Wood and Vedette are in love, how much Wood invested in her, how much he believed in their relationship, how they've been together all these years. But then they get into what seems like a single argument. They never speak about it again. They get divorced, and then Wood not only stops thinking about her, but also marries another woman within, what, a month?
A month.
It must be.
It just sort of cheapens, like, every relationship within the novel. I mean,
Yeah.
every relationship that's tied up at all with Wood, Vedette, Gwen, like, any of these central sort of characters, it feels like everyone is potentially disposable, and that the millisecond any sort of tension appears, you could just be tossed out for the next, you know, someone else will just tag into your marriage for you.
Yeah.
And it just contributes to this sensation that Wood is like a deeply unserious person, which is so antithetical to what I think the novel wants.
Yeah.
Right. So again, even if Vedette is evil, even if she's unambiguously evil, make her evil. Give us a villain. Give us something so that, you know, it would have not been the most narratively fulfilling thing ever if it just turned out that she was Papaya the whole time, because, like, why would she do that? But she
Right.
also literally turns into a giant scorpion, so I feel like, you know, everything is on the table
bets
here.
are off.
Yeah.
All bets are off. And at least it would give it a little more soundness as a narrative.
That's another thing, like, with the Hallmark movie DNA, that he just, like, finds a new wife within a month. Like, I
Right.
feel like, again, with Wild Animus, like, this is supposed to be a sillier, funny thing wrapped up in a lot of upsetting trappings. Because, like, I can recognize that this is, like, any Christmas movie where, the fresh divorcee goes back to her hometown and then finds a weird Christmas tree farmer. Like, that structure is there, and it's just
Unfulfilling.
not the same. This isn't super lit-fic of me to say, but I have to reiterate, we just need to know whether or not this book hates Wood. And I hate saying that. I hate saying that so much, because I would have praised this under more calculated hands. But at the end of the day, we are unable to draw any conclusions about this book without an understanding of what Wood's character is. That opacity is this paper shield that Rich is using throughout this entire book, and it lives and dies whether or not you can pierce that. And anyone who views women as people can pierce this paper shield. And if we just knew that, again, Scott Pilgrim, you know, he's kind of a shitty guy, then that would be it. But there's just so much lack of acknowledgement, of exploration, of anything. I just need to know, should we hate Wood, or does the narrator hate Wood as much as I do, is as a better question of that, I guess.
Yeah, just who is this guy?
Who's
Why
this
is
fucking guy?
why is there a novel about him?
Is he bothering you, Queen?
Well, we know the answer to that.
Right. Yeah.
I think that is the main thing, is like, why is there a novel about this person? Like, what makes this person unusual? What makes this person exceptional?
He writes
Whether that's
romance novels about embryos.
Right.
Sorry.
whether that's good or bad. Us as readers, we're on board regardless. You just have to convince us that there is enough material there. You have to convince us that there is something that's going to give us some return on our investment of 300 pages. You know, I mean, it's several hours that you take, and I want to believe in this guy. I want to be charmed by his, you know, Western aesthetic and his Elvis hair. But I'm not. It feels like he's so intensely forgettable that I finished this novel only a couple of days ago, and I'm already like
Forgetting details.
struggling to find things to grab onto.
Right.
Well, he feels like a martini glass, right? Like no, seriously, he's hollow, he's transparent, and you could shatter him against like a modestly solid surface. There's fucking nothing there.
Yeah.
And I think that if Wood were here with us, me saying that would terrify him on a cosmic level.
Sure.
And I think that is where the character could be developed in future drafts of this novel.
Yes.
His sense of self-importance as compared to what he is actually capable of doing and what has actually happened to him in his life. There's a serious mismatch there that I think is inherently interesting. It's just a question of accordioning things that are there. Like, for example, tell us more about the tar pits. Give us less fruit women. These little changes throughout the narrative that's already sort of laid out for us, like in a decently solid draft, could eventually result in like a much more solid novel.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. And I think there are crumbs of this, maybe even just incidentally sprinkled throughout the novel. I mean, a good example is that Wood, we're told, is this brilliant novelist who's written this romance novel that everyone on God's green earth has read, but he can't write anything else. I mean, he's struggling throughout the entire course of the novel to write anything reasonable. He's running out of money. His publisher is running out of money. His checks are getting smaller and smaller. He's essentially worried that his career is going to blink out of existence before him. But we don't feel any shame. We don't feel any fear. We don't feel any desperation. And at the end, he, you know, has these encounters with these women and he marries this new girl and suddenly he shits out a brilliant novel again. But there's no tension there. There's no work. There's no payoff to the reader. You're just kind of like, oh, okay.
It's ultimately very easy.
It is ultimately easy, and there's not a story in it. It's so easy that there's not a story there. And I think even just seeing him grapple with that a little longer, and maybe even just as a writer, he could transform, if not as a man and as a romantic partner. You know, at the very least, can't we writers write a story about writers writing? I mean, come on. What else are we good for?
I would suggest that Rich Shapero learn how people that are not billionaires live. Because the way that, like, every moment of his waking existence, he just thoughtlessly is spending money in a way that I feel comfortable saying none of the three of us could do. Like, he's constantly buying alcohol, he's constantly eating out, he's constantly going to all of these bars and parties that I'm sure must have cover charges. And he never thinks about it until, like,
he's getting airfare all over the place.
He's all over the fucking place. And towards the very end of the novel, he does start to think like, oh, am I going to run out of money on my advance?
But there's
like,
no fear.
There's no fear.
Urgency.
Right,
There's no, who am I if I have to stop being a writer because I'm not making enough money? Like, I would love to see that.
What part-time job, what humiliating part-time job is poor old Wood gonna have to get if he can't get this next writing advance?
Oh no, nothing could be worse than that. But no, you're right. There's so much lip service paid to him, like eventually running out of money, or writers don't make a lot of money, and he gets his own apartment. In
multiple
times, and I can't imagine Florida rent is very attainable to anyone who's not very, very rich, especially on some like exciting island where a lot of like townies and exciting stuff happens.
And like at the very beginning, he and Vidette are renting a home in like San Fran or someplace
somewhere,
and then he just breaks the lease and leaves, and it's like, well, that's got to cost a buck ton of money, but like no thought is really given to that. The novel feels very divorced from its like financial material circumstances in that way, in a way that, as I don't know, I guess just as somebody that's not super rich, like, is very jarring.
Pay more attention to the material reality. Don't be evil. The transphobia has to go. No question about it. There's nothing that you are gaining.
There's
there.
no way to
Text will
redeem
change
that.
virtually not at
Zero.
all. Also,
Yeah.
if we lose all of the bigotry, like it's
Well, I don't
contributing
know. I
nothing.
feel like Rich could have like really transformative opinions about bottom search.
He's not even interested in gender beyond gender essentialism and then
No.
calling out aberrations. Like,
That's actually very true. It does not feel like this novel is interested in gender.
No.
we don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, any trans people or whatever. They just like happen to be off screen, and every now and then it's mentioned that, oh, this apartment is owned by a trans man, and I'm like, why did you need to specify that?
Yeah.
We don't see him. He's on like vacation to Paris or whatever, I think it was.
It's mentioned that some of the women are bisexual, like some of the fruit women, but like they don't
okay.
really ever speak on it. We don't like ever see any gay couples like feature at all in the novel. It's interesting. I mean, like kind of the entire novel, as we've talked about a lot, is all about gender essentialism and like
Right.
what women are and what women are for, really is what it
Yeah.
is. But like it is not a novel fundamentally that is interested in gender. It's not trying to challenge our expectations. It's not trying to subvert any pre-existing notions that we might have. It's not really inviting us in for a conversation. It is clear that from page 1, the novel already has its mind made up, and so does Wood, and there will be no friction
Right.
for 300 pages.
So it's just best to jettison this stuff. Like,
Yeah.
you're clearly not saying anything with it. You're only hurting people to have it in there. So that's the suggestion, is hit backspace.
Same with the sexuality too, because anytime that a character is like bisexual, well, Nan is the bisexual one, the tarot reader.
I think Papaya also is
Okay,
bisexual.
and Papaya is also bisexual, and it's used as a kind of like a exoticization of
Yes.
them, in a way that's ultimately very minimizing. And then gay men do appear as like set dressing in scenes where something erotic is happening, like at
Right,
the
or
sex
something
parade, or something
scandalous.
scandalous, or there's partying going on. And it's like, well, why include that if you don't actually like have any interest in it? It just seems so irrational.
Yeah.
Bad. Hit backspace.
Yeah,
I don't know.
hit
There's nothing there.
Hit
No,
backspace.
there's nothing there.
I need that on a t-shirt.
Frankly, I'm just not interested in anything that you would say about it, because like it could only be upsetting and harmful at this point. So
And to Red's point, the novel feels like it has its mind made up about everything from the first fucking
Yeah.
page. There's no sense of curiosity or actual genuine self-discovery. Like it truly feels like the conclusion of the story is written before the story even begins. Like Wood is going to get his happily ever after with the woman of his dreams. And I can't tell you exactly why it feels like that is the case, but that is the sense that I had the whole way through. Like, although we get this sort of like teaser with the tarot reading that like, oh, he could end up seduced by his own fantasies. I don't know. I didn't feel fooled by that. I was like, that's not going to fucking happen.
I have to say, so Rich, forget these schmucks. Between you and me, let's talk shop.
I'll avert my face. This is a private conversation.
So Wood is meant to be the heart of this novel, and he is nothing right now. He's not the heart or the bones or the viscera or anything really.
The balls.
The balls, maybe. But the good thing about this is that when you have a completely blank page, you as a writer will know this, you can write whatever you want on there. So you just gotta pick something.
Yeah.
You just gotta pick something. We need a character who compels us in some way or another. And he doesn't have to be a great guy. He doesn't have to be a guy that we would agree with.
No.
Or that we would invite out to our workshop field here tonight. But he has to compel us, and he has to change in some sort of way throughout the course of the novel to justify the novel's existence. This is something that we know you can do because you did it in Wild Animus and you did it in Rintung and Dorner, and you've listened to those episodes. You know that we didn't necessarily agree with the way that those novels, transpired. But you've done that before, and I feel like we were all a little surprised at how flat this one feels sometimes. So, maybe we'll sometime down the line read Balcony of Fog or something, and maybe we'll get another one of your Ransoms or your
I'll jump off the balcony.
or your Dorners. But until then, maybe we can workshop Wood a little while longer.
because this
Put him in the wood shop.
he's the first in the wood chipper, I swear to God.
Well, I guess that's it, guys. We finally finished the meeting. But listen,
I just really want you guys to understand, we could do this forever. This could be all that we do. We just read books, pick them apart more than anyone else, find the good things that they do. We take the books that the internet has written off and we give them actionable insight that no one else can possibly do. You guys can join me in this. This could be us forever. You just have to choose to join me. You need to make this choice, Jay. This could be us forever. Jay, don't you remember how nervous we were when we first did Empress Teresa? How much we thought we wouldn't be able to get through that book, and then how people responded to us? We did so much good work. We were one of the only balanced reviews of Age of Scorpius. Jay, I'm begging you, make the right choice here. We could do this. Jay, I'm begging you, please just consider. Jay, please, no, please!
Well, Jay, I felt like it was a bit of a strange day, but I think that our meeting wrapped up pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we hit all the right beats. We did the summary, talked about what was working, what was not working. We gave pretty decent feedback, I felt. I mean, given that it's our fucking third one of these things, and they're all kind of fundamentally the same.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like we learned a little bit about fruit, learned a little bit about women, learned a little bit about islands.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we can make a trip down to Key West one of these days, just to see how it holds up.
Hey, that'd be a fun workshop trip.
That would be a fun workshop trip.
Oh, hey, Uncle Norman, you did make it after all.